Sorry, it's kind of loud. Okay, and good evening. Welcome to our April 15, 2025 City Council meeting. Right now it's 7:01. Meeting is now in session. Any person wish to address the City Council during the oral communication must complete a speaker card that is provided at the entry to the council chamber and submit the card to the Assistant City Clerk prior to the commencement of oral communication. A speaker card will not be accepted after oral communication has started. Okay, and tonight, invocation will be led by our Pastor Kevin Ariati from West Covina Police Department, and Mayor Pro Tem Lopez Viado will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All rise, please. I hope I announced your last name correct.
Good.
Okay, thank you.
Please bow your heads and join me. Heavenly Father, we gather here tonight with gratitude for this council that has selflessly given of their time and resources to serve the great city of West Covina and its residents. May you lead and direct their thoughts and actions as they discuss, deliberate, and make decisions for the good of all. Bless them with your wisdom from above to discern what is just, courage to pursue what is right, and the humility to listen to one another with open hearts. Lord, bless this council with unity and purpose and strength to face the challenges that may lay ahead. May their work reflect your love, kindness, and compassion for all people and promote peace, fairness, and prosperity within the city. And may your knowledge bless this council for the many decisions to be made and policies to be enacted. We thank you for their different views and different opinions, yet one purpose. May your peace and presence be the foundation of this council. May it fill this building and our hearts. We ask for your guidance and protection over our community, our council, those that serve our community, and every individual who calls this city home. In your holy and gracious name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Please face the flag. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Have a seat, please.
Mr. Chavez?
Assistant City Clerk, okay, roll call, please.
Good evening, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Councilman Cantos?
Here.
Councilwoman Diaz? Here. Councilman Gutierrez?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez Viado?
Present.
Mayor Wu?
Here. And City Attorney, do you have anything to report from closed session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. With regard to item number 1, on a motion by Councilmember Gutierrez and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Lopez Viado and a vote of 5-0, City Council directed staff to initiate litigation against LA County and Supervisor Solis, requesting to be paid Measure A funds directly from LA County to the city and requesting to be paid its fair share of Measure A funds to address homeless issues in the city of West Covina. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much, City Attorney. And we go into the presentation. Okay, and certificates celebrating West Covina Police Department Baker to Vegas win. Another victory. So can I have our police chief come down to the podium?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, city staff, and members of our community. Oh, yeah, sure, please, let's go ahead. You want me to get the team down here?
Yes, please.
Could we get all the West Covina PD runners and support team down here, please?
I don't have to read this if you want to.
Oh, you can, okay.
Yeah. So, I think last year we the first place, right?
We're back to back first place.
So congratulations. This is hey, and next year when Letty become the mayor, we want you the number 3 times. Okay, 3 times a champ. Okay, so we want to make sure we win all the time. West Covina is the winning team. Okay, and really quick, the Baker to Vegas rally is the most positive event offered to law enforcement officer today. It's give them a reason to maintain a physical fitness. And you can see each of them are very, very fit. Okay, so to help them to better perform their duty. Over the 35 years, the Challenger Cup Vegas to Vegas rally has been run. Hundreds of thousands of law enforcement personnel have trekked across the desert. The original idea of the race continued the teamwork, the camaraderie, the physical fitness, and the competition. The event has expanded in many, many years, most notable in the entry and the category. The numbers of teams has grown from the 14 in the 1985. Now the number is limited to 300. Category have grown to including, probation officer, district attorney, U.S. attorney, and the full-time civilian police personnel. So congratulations for you guys. Another win, a victory, and I can see you guys are so fit. That's why you're the number one, okay? I need to learn from you guys, okay? I need to be in shape too. So, Police Chief, you want to tell us more in detail about everything. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the Baker to Vegas relay race is 120 miles through the desert. It's divided into 20 different stages, and our runners ran distances between 3 miles and the longest being 10.7 miles. And this race started at about 2 p.m. in the afternoon in Baker. It was hot, dry. The terrain was pretty steep, very difficult. And this challenge took us just under 16 hours to complete. So our runners were running in the middle of the night when it was freezing cold and temperatures. And it just shows the preparation, the determination, and the pride that our runners wanted to represent for our city and our department. And they're very, very proud to run for the city of West Covina and the West Covina Police Department. And it's not just, we get out and just run. It takes months and months of preparation. Not only for the runners, but for organizing the event. It's a big deal, getting sponsorships and just, organizing and being part of an event with over 300 teams internationally. It's a big deal. I want to recognize, this is only a portion of our team and our support staff that are here. Not everyone could be here tonight, but I do want to recognize our team captains, Sergeant Chris Palaganas and Corporal Kenny Benitez. And I do want to give my heartfelt gratitude out to all of our runners, all of our support staff that worked tirelessly throughout the 16 hours behind the scenes on the course, and to all our staff that kept our city safe while our people were representing the city of West Covina in this great event. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Sergeant Chris Palaganas.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor. It's pretty exciting for a department our size of being 99 and under. That's the category that we ran. So basically we ran against different police agencies with 99 sworn officers and under. This year we finished at 1556 and 45th overall, and we're the back-to-back champions in our category. So it's pretty exciting for us, a small department, to represent West Covina, represent the city, represent the police department, and obviously represent the community. We're super proud of it, and hopefully next year we get to defend our title and be a three-peat champion. So again, I like to thank the POA for allowing us to represent, obviously the chief, the police department, and all of our support staff and runners. Some are not here, some of them are up there. And lastly, for the community, thank you guys for letting us represent you guys. We're proud to do it. It's a volunteer basis, and we're proud to be here. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And anybody want to say something? I feel like a talk show host, okay? Well, say something. Go ahead, okay, but I want to give you a chance because we are so proud of your win because it's important to represent West Covina that we are here, okay, we are there, and we show how strong our police department is because it's not easy to win the first place, especially back to back, okay, that's not easy at all, okay, and I mean the dedication, the teamwork, meaning we are united together as one person and to achieve anything we want. So I think this is a magnificent, okay, a win for our city and showing West Covina Police Department is one of the best. So represent the city of 120,000, a proud citizen, a resident. We want to recognize your outstanding achievement. Okay, and I want to, someone come over here.
Can we have them introduce, Mayor?
Yes.
Can we at least introduce them, their names?
Oh, yes.
These are
Would
the
you please
officers that run.
pass around
At
the
least
mic
just
and then your
names.
name? Okay, and anybody want to come down? Come down to share the glory? Okay.
If you watched, you supported, right? You didn't have to run.
All right, I'd like to introduce our team. We have support staff. We have Valeria Campos. We have one of our runners, Officer Alex Cadilla, Corporal Anthony Flores, obviously Corporal Kenny Benitez, Officer Michael Chang.
Okay. My suggestion is you just pass around.
Officer Michael Chang.
Officer Drew Goodman.
Officer Emma Estegoy.
CSO Fuentes.
Officer Allison Stevens.
And Tony Wu. Okay, so thank you so much. Okay, and it's an outstanding achievement. Okay, wonderful. Okay, and I want you guys to win again. And thank you so much to represent the city and have this big win. Okay, and next year mayor will be Letty Lopez Viado and win for her.
Bring it home.
Yeah, so bring it home again. But thank you so much. Okay. Okay, next presentation. Okay, I have two outstanding women. Okay, and the Women of the Year. Okay, we want to recognize them, and the first one is nothing but the pride of the city. Our city councilwoman, Centennial Mayor Rosario Diaz. Would you please come down? And she had been recognized by the mayor of the Assemblywoman Blanca Rubio, as a Woman of the Year of this year, right? Yeah. So let me read this for you so you can say something. And I want to have Susan Rubio, the senator, her pick as a Woman of the Year. That is Sherry Fisher, our commissioner. Is she here? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Would you please come up so you can have more time? Okay, on TV. Okay. So anyway, and Sherry Fisher has been picked as selected, selected as a Woman of the Year because both of lady is really outstanding. So let me read this again. Okay, since they type it all up, so I better to read it. Okay, Councilwoman Diaz has dedicated her career to bettering the life of those she served, with a focus on public safety, and business development and quality of life in West Covina. She tirelessly, effort have helped strengthen the local government since she sit over there, 5 years? 5 years already. Government, and he got, re-elected again last year, building the partnership. So you have to bear with her for another 4 years. So building the partnership with a community organization and improve the quality of life for the residents throughout her district. So let's give her a hand, please. I knew her 4 or 5 years ago, and I cannot believe that she's such a strong woman, okay, and very, very dedicated, and she's driving around, okay, entire city to find the problem and to solve the problem. She's outstanding, and I saw it in my, okay, I see what her performance is unbelievable, the love to the city. Okay, and Commissioner Sherry Fisher, I think you are the regular over here, have been recognized all the time. I think last year you the Citizen of the Year award, right?
2023.
Oh, time flew by. Okay, so I feel like yesterday. So Commissioner Sherry Fisher's a dedicated and a compassionate leader has also made significant strides in supporting senior and family as a member of the Community and Senior Service Commissioner for the city of West Covina. Her effort to improve the quality of life for senior citizens and the vulnerable population have made an impact. Commissioner Fisher's effort to create a more inclusive and supportive community have again recognition from residents and her peers. It's a true story. I knew her, okay, I know, 2015? When I door knock into your house, okay, and then you come out and say, why you knock on my door? Well, okay, but that's how I met her. But she is such a nice person, and she, okay, offered me drink. Okay, so not alcohol, drink, water. Okay, so what I'm saying, because I'm door knocking, but what I'm saying is this, she really passionate to serve our resident, and especially senior resident, okay, and because there's the population need to be served. But here I want to give the mic to Rosario Diaz, okay, our beloved councilwoman, to say something and how you feel, why you get picked, and hopefully we have the Man of the Year in the future.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very honored to be here today, and I was celebrated about a week or two ago by Assemblywoman Blanca Rubio, and I felt very humbled to be selected as the Woman of the Year, and I just want to thank whoever wrote that about me. And I just want to continue to serve our community and make sure that we are safe and we have a lot of fun in our city, and we have a lot of activities for everyone. And so I'm here to support and to make sure that our city is running safely and lovely. So now I'm going to send it over to Sherry Fisher.
Is it okay, Mayor? Yeah, thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I am really honored to be recognized as Woman of the Year by Susan Rubio. Her outreach to women and her support of women is extraordinary. She keeps doing things for women, and we keep soaking it up, and it's just amazing. Women, especially, families, jobs, children, careers, friends. We have 1,000 things that we can do at one time, and we keep doing it. And Susan keeps rising to the occasion to help us be better. And my motto is, together we're better. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I think you can see the two outstanding women over here to serve our city in different area, but this is almost all your job. Okay, it's a volunteer job, okay, to help our resident and senior and people need help, and especially improve our city. But thank you so much for your outstanding contribution. Okay, and I'm kidding, Man of the Year, we don't care. Okay, I think Women of the Year is more important, because it's without women that we have no human being, because the mother. Okay, so Mother's Day is coming up pretty soon. So Happy Mother's Day. Okay, this is a certificate for you, and this is a certificate for you, and thank you so much, and we are very proud of you. And I think we have some people want to.
Yes, we have legislative reps from the Assemblywoman's
And
office.
I think we
as
have
well
some
as the
flower
Senator's
too.
office.
Is that for me? No? Okay. Yeah, come up.
Thank you, Mayor Wu, and good evening, everyone. My name is Wendy Saavedra, and I'm here on behalf of the Office of Assemblywoman Rubio, who's thrilled to be here to honor the Assemblywoman's very own public service honoree for this year's Woman of the Year, and of course, Sherry Fisher on the Senator Rubio side of her office. And so, you know, every year the Assemblywoman, she selects a very select handful of women in her district, nominated by her own community to receive this accolade. And, you know, during Women History Month, the Assemblywoman held a beautiful ceremony to honor such women like Councilwoman Diaz. And so she received her accolades there. But tonight we're here to grant them both flowers in front of their community, in front of the council, those watching at home. And congratulations to you both.
Hello, my name is Neha. I'm a district representative for Senator Susan Rubio, and I just want to echo the words that Wendy said. It's an incredible thing. We have two amazing women in the city of West Covina that are behind and running everything that we love about our community. So that's no easy feat. And I know sometimes it's a hard job, it's hard work, and we sincerely appreciate you all. That's why it's so important that we recognize you and let you know, like, you're doing an incredible job. It's not easy, so we sincerely appreciate it, and thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, okay, and thank you for the flower, but where's the mayor's flower? Okay, but anyway, okay, picture taking, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you, Bridget. Okay, thank you so much to outstanding two, okay, of our represent the women's community that and the Mother's Day is coming up pretty soon. Don't forget your mom, send the flowers, send the wishes, and this and that, and take her to dinner, lunch, anything, and buy her a gift. Okay, and so you're very lucky if your mother's still around. Okay, so something very important for everybody. And thank you so much for our police department, outstanding, ready to Baker to Vegas. Okay, something very important to continue to be in shape and represent our city great. Okay, and then now we move into oral communication. Okay, oral communication continue. We have the guideline. Okay, they were approved by our city council. Okay, comment are limited to 3 minutes per speaker, unless modified by the presiding officers of the city council. Request to speak on agenda item will be heard prior to request to speak on non-agenda item. If any people want to speak on the hospital issue, you have to wait for the public hearing. So you have to wait for that time, and we try to quickly finish our agenda. We will move to that. So reserve your comment on the public hearing. Okay, a member of the public may not engage in behavior that is disrupted to the orderly conduct of the meeting, including but not limited to speaking off topic, speaking beyond the speaker's allowed time limit, and making slanderous of a profanity remark or using loud, threatened, or abusive language which disrupt, disturb, impede, or render invisible the orderly conduct of the meeting. Member of the public may not threaten any person with physical harm or act in a manner that may reasonably be interpreted as an imminent threat of physical harm. When you hear your name being called, please start line up in the center row, and the time will start when your name is called. Okay, we will honor the freedom of speech, but please be respectful, and anything you can say, but please control, don't have a profanity and all that. Other than that, it's all okay. Okay, and how many speakers we have?
9, Mayor.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Our first speaker is Albert Ochoa, followed by John Shoemaker, followed by Teresa Kozad.
City Mayor, City Council, and staff, Albert Ochoa, West Covina resident. I'm here to speak in favor of Agenda 3 truck routes. I have addressed the City Council at many meetings with the concerns that have experience with document pictures that I have submitted of large commercial trucks causing damage to our residents' property and street, improvements that have worked, and we cannot allow this to continue because it will be just a matter of time that we will have more accidents and it's a continued hazard. The biggest safety concern with these 18-wheelers is that they have broke off 2 streetlight concrete posts and approximately 20 to 25 feet is electrical power line, wood posts, and with their trailer tandem axles, tires are riding on the sidewalk. It's unsafe. They are coming real close to electrical power line wood post and eventually could break this, and now the residents public will be in a serious risk with the power lines on the floor. We need to make sure we don't allow this opportunity to continue to drive there. To prevent this from happening, making changes to the truck route will help address this issue to keep the large trucks in main truck routes where they belong and not in our resident streets, and this will benefit all the residents. I would like to thank my District 3 Councilwoman Rosario Diaz for her prompt help addressing this with staff members, and thanks to West Covina Police for patrolling our street. Thanks to Traffic Committee members, the City Manager who worked on improving our streets to make it safer for the residents. So mainly what I'm talking about have addressed is the lakes area or the colonies. That's the area that I'm talking about. We can look at making the changes. So I'm speaking in favor for that. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And the next speaker, please.
John Shoemaker, followed by Teresa Kozad, followed by Brian Calderon-Tabatabai.
Last time I was here, I actually wore this as a joke. And then I see on the agenda that there's closed-circuit TV cameras wanting to be put in, and there was even discussions of having metal detectors. So when I heard that, I said, maybe and then on top of that, the only council member who has something in front of him so he can duck behind. I have to wonder why. Really do have to wonder why. If he's telling the truth. There's certain groups that don't like people who are informants or rats, and especially when they have to get paid for it. That type of thing. So, maybe what this council needs to do is really take a serious look at what they're doing. That you have to have more police here than normal and everything else. Maybe doing things like not attacking the public outside City Hall or the council chambers. Maybe those are the types of things that should be looked at. But I hope part of the security that you're looking at is that there's some sort of protective items that people can wear to make sure. I actually have another part of it that goes around the head, but that hasn't come yet. So I'm going to make sure, that type of thing. So in the future, make sure that they know who's the person that, claims to everybody's out after them. Well, I want to make sure that, they don't accidentally hit one of you or one of us.
Great. Thank you, John. And the next speaker, please.
Teresa Kozad, followed by Brian Calderon-Tabatabai, followed by JD.
Good evening. It's been a while. I'm here to speak against item number 1. In the last meeting, some people voiced well, first of all.
Could you speak to the mic, please? Thank you.
In voting for item number 1, you would be not only silencing the voice of commissioners, but you would be silencing the voice of the residents of West Covina, and that's why I'm here. So in the last meeting, some objections to what the ordinance says was that it's not clear and that all of the circumstances were not covered. So what I would like to do is read a section of the ordinance to see if it still holds true. And this is from section 267C. In addition, upon affirmative vote of not less than 4 members of the City Council, any commissioner may be removed for good cause, as defined as, number 1, being convicted of any felony, 2, being convicted of any crime of moral turpitude, 3, misuse of city property, 4, falsifying city records, 5, a sustained written finding of harassment or discrimination against any city employee or member of the public on the basis of race, ancestry, ethnicity, national origin, religion, marital status, sex, gender, gender identity, gender expression, sexual orientation, pregnancy, disability, medical condition, military, veteran status, or any other unlawful bias. What's not clear? What's not clear in this? Also, what circumstances are not covered in this? If there are other circumstances that you want, why don't you amend this ordinance rather than throw the whole thing out? That's it.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker, please.
Brian Calderon Sabatabai, followed by JD, followed by Mario Sobavaro.
Yeah, welcome back.
Thank you. Good evening. Today, we commemorate the legacy of Jackie Robinson, a man who did not wait for permission to stand for justice. He stepped forward, broke barriers, and challenged institutions built on exclusion. His legacy reminds us that courage in public life means protecting the voices of those who may not sit in the seats of power, but who dare to speak truth anyways. I rise to speak in firm opposition to Agenda Item 1. The ordinance seeks to amend Section 267 of the West Covina Municipal Code, allowing the City Council to remove any commissioner with or without cause. This is not accountability. It's authoritarianism. Let me be clear. This change is unnecessary, unjustified, and violates the spirit of our First Amendment. The First Amendment protects our freedom of association and expression. Removing commissioners without cause, especially when they are targeted for views or actions taken in good faith, chills civic participation and opens the door to retaliation based on political dissent. Let me repeat, the chilling effect this will have on civil engagement cannot be overstated. Volunteers, yes, volunteers who step up to serve on our commissions will now have to consider whether their service might be cut short, not for cause, but for convenience. This will discourage participation, diminish diversity of thought, and ultimately weaken the quality of governance in West Covina. Our current ordinance already defines good cause in clear, precise terms: felony convictions, discrimination, misuse of city resources, etc. If none of these apply, then what exactly are we trying to fix? There was no public outcry demanding this change. At the last meeting, not a single resident rose in support. The message from our community is crystal clear. They want transparency and fairness, not power grabs. And let's not forget, this move allows a 4-member supermajority to override a colleague's choice, stripping minority council members of their autonomy and silencing the voices they appoint to represent their districts. If we value democracy, we cannot endorse political purges. If we value public service, we must protect those who serve in good faith. And if we value the legacy of leaders like Jackie Robinson, we must not codify exclusion and intimidation into law. I urge you to vote no on this ordinance. Stand for fairness, democracy.
Thank you, Brian.
The people of West Covina.
Yeah,
JD, followed by Mario Sobavaro, followed by Cristina Larios. JD opted not to speak, Mayor. Mario Sobavaro, followed by Cristina Larios, followed by Jim Grivich.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and neighbors. Back in January, well, let's get the timeline straight for the public record because it matters. Back in January, Councilmember Brian Gutierrez removed multiple commissioners appointed by the previous council. Among them were Shelby Williams, a well-respected voice in the community development on the Planning Commission, and Cecilia Munoz and Robert Torres, 2 engaged and dependable members of the Senior and Community Services Commission. Same commission that has been having trouble achieving a quorum for the last couple of months. They were removed without replacements ready, and to this day, several of those seats remain vacant. There was no plan, there was no urgency to fill the roles, just removals. Then months later, Councilman Gutierrez pushed through a new ordinance, his Mother May I proposal, giving council members the ability to remove commissioners without cause. The ordinance passed on a 3-1 vote, with Councilmember Contos opposing and Councilmember Diaz absent. But here's the problem. The ordinances didn't justify what happened in January. It came after. So the obvious question is, was this ordinance about future policy? Or was it about retroactively covering questionable decisions already made? Councilmember Lopez Villados, I appreciate that you attempted to offer context for supporting this ordinance at the last meeting, but respectfully, every example you shared described a commissioner with clear behavioral or performance issues, examples that would already qualify as good cause under the original rule. Your arguments didn't support the change. They actually justified why the original ordinance should have stayed in place. So what was the real motivation? Because from where the public stands, it looks like this was about removing anyone tied to a previous administration, not for misconduct, not for absences, not for poor performance, but for loyalty. And also, let's not forget that Councilman Gutierrez also appointed his own criminal defense attorney who was representing him in an active federal case related to Dell Records to the Human Resources Commission. Let that sink in. The person advising on HR and ethics for the city is currently defending a city council member in federal court. That is a conflict of interest that demands more than silence. So I ask this council, if these removals were not personal and this ordinance wasn't reactionary, why weren't qualified replacements ready in January? Why did you strip out good cause language after the fact? Why did you seat your own attorney in a position of oversight? Because the residents of West Covina are paying attention, and we see the difference between governance and retaliation. I still got some time. Truck route. I think the last time the truck route was modified was 2005 when the Wicks furniture was still there. Didn't take into account all the residential development that happened since, so definitely for that one. But number one, Commissioner, definitely a no.
Thank you so much. And next speaker, please.
Christina Larios, followed by Jim Grivich. And then I have a speaker with no name.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, residents, staff. My name is Christina Larios. I am the interim manager at the West Covina Library. I'm here today to tell you about some of our resources that we have for online learning. I'd encourage everyone, if you don't already have one, but you can sign up for a digital library card to access our resources, to name some of them. If you're interested in learning another language, we offer Mango Languages. We have several databases that provide online learning instruction. They help you with civil service exams, learning business software. So all of this is free, and I encourage you all to stop by and get a digital library card. I also wanted to mention that coming up on April 17th, we have our Knitting and Crocheting Club. And as I mentioned a couple weeks ago, encouraging you to come to our Zumba class, which is on Wednesday evenings at 6:30. And then on Wednesday, April 23rd, we have a free flu and COVID-19 vaccine clinic at the library. Thank you, and hope to see everyone there.
Zumba is Wednesday?
Yes.
Okay, I'm coming.
We will see you there. Great.
Yes.
Thank you.
See you then.
Jim Grivich.
Next speaker, please.
Jim Grivich, followed by Methodist Church.
Hello, everybody. It's been a long time. Sorry, I have a sick wife, so you don't get the pleasure of my company. I actually came tonight primarily to speak to Letty, but I wanted you to all hear it. Some time ago, Letty made a speech at the council meeting about how she felt the proposal for street sweeping parking was inappropriate. She felt that it would be too hard on the residents to not have at least one side of the street available to park. She felt it was too hard on the residents to have to vacate their cars at 7 a.m. because many of them went to work after that. And, I thought about it, and I actually spoke in front of the council at the time, but you probably don't remember what I said. But it was very disturbing to me in the council meeting that followed that the consultant got up and said, nobody does one side of the street parking. That was not true. A lot of cities do that. And it was very disturbing that that representation was made. The other thing that was not true was that everybody starts at 7 in the morning. That's not true either. And now this situation is going to be very hard on residents, mainly because of things that I think were false. And if you're wondering where I got this information, go to Los Angeles, look down the streets on how they do their parking, one side of the street parking. Go to Azusa, that's a close city. See how they do their streets. A lot of cities do by permit parking only, for the person who can only park in front of their own house. The point I'm trying to make is that there was a pretend attempt to get citizen input. The citizens weren't listened to on this particular issue. It affects me personally because I have a lot of caregivers that come to my house to help me with my wife. Sometimes it's an emergency. They're going to get a ticket for that. Even your own, I just don't get it. I'm hoping that the council will consider trying to actually clean the streets, which was the objective. Make the street sweepers put down water, which they don't do. All they do now is kick up dust. And I personally have a permanent lung infection, and it affects me. They don't clean the streets. They make dust clouds.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Okay, next speaker, please.
We have a representative from the Methodist Church.
Is this okay, time, please. Time, please. Yeah, please. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am here just to give an invite. No complaints. I'm not for or against. I notice you're...
Thank you so much.
I notice you have 2 upcoming events in West Covina for the entire month of April. I don't think so. So I have one more to add for you. The West Covina United Methodist Church is having a free will, donation-only concert by your very famous pianist, Brian Penzoni. And it will be on April 26th at 3 p.m. All are invited. But I appreciate you pass the word and you put it up on another upcoming event besides only 2. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And the city manager, would you help her to post this on our website? Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
No further speakers, Mayor.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. And for the speaker and the city manager, you want to respond to some of the speaker, please?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Just wanted to respond. I know we had a couple individuals that came and spoke against item number 1. That's something that the council gave direction on, and it's on your agenda tonight for the second hearing. And then thank you to Christine Misladios for sharing about the Zumba class and the activities happening at the library next door. And I guess we look forward to seeing our mayor there on a Wednesday night at the Zumba class.
I need it. I need to get fit. Okay.
Yes. And then also wanted to thank a couple of the individuals that came and spoke in favor of some of the items. I think they were all pertaining to the truck routes. I know sometimes we don't get people coming in and, appreciating the change. And so it is something that the staff, with the council's direction, has been working towards making those changes with the truck routes to improve safety in our community. And then the last one, we didn't get your name, but to the lady that came in and provided us the invitation for the United Methodist Church event, thank you very much, and we'll be able to post that on our city calendar. And I think that, the last item, street sweeping. It has been a project and an initiative that we've been working on for, I believe it's a year and a half at least, with the council. And it's something that we did get direction. We had community meetings throughout the city at different locations. We've shared it on our website, on our Discover, to inform residents of that initiative, because we understand it is a big change in our community, but it is something that we are looking to help improve our community and our cleanliness of the streets. And so we are going through that process right now. We do appreciate our residents' patience while we get the signs up and through this transition, but it is something that we have been working towards for quite some time now, and now it's coming to fruition. So we are hoping that the installation of the signs will be completed by May, and that we will then, there will be a 30-day educational campaign where we inform residents of the changes. All of that information you can look, it's the new schedule for street sweeping is on our website, so you can confirm when that's going to be. But like I said, during this transition, we appreciate everyone's patience, and we are looking to launch it in the next couple months. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, city managers. I want to add on. Okay, and about the street sweeping. Years ago, we have a weekly street sweeping, and I remember I moving my car all the time, this and that, doing after the trash collection day. And I know now, because the previously budget issue, we cut down to twice a month, so you can see it, our street become very filthy. So hopefully we want to bring back. And this is a working process, so we're going to fine tune it. So in the meantime, it's education and try to we install the sign, and then we see how it works, and then we try to fine tune it. So please be patient. Okay, we're not going to give anybody fine anything yet. We just try to see how it works weekly, and hopefully, and everything will appreciate that our streets clean, this and that, and we live in a city that we be proud of. That's what we promise you. So please be patient. It's a working process, and we will continue to fine tune it. And other city council want to add on anything you want to say? Otherwise, anybody? Okay, go ahead. Okay, and the councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe I heard during the last council meeting, and I think Councilwoman Letty Lopez Villado requested that we get an estimate of how much it would cost to add alternate days to the street sweeping. So do we have an idea when we would get that?
I will be providing council that information.
Do you know how soon?
By the end of this week.
Thank you.
Okay, any other council? Otherwise, okay, manager report, please.
We'll go from there.
Go for it.
So it's a short city managers meeting, just a couple updates. We have been working on the initiative for the West Covina Parks and Recreation Master Plan. It is the opportunity to get feedback from all of our residents about the recreational needs in our community, including the programming. And so we hope that you guys will partake and provide feedback. We are going to be having the community meetings that we announced last council meeting. This is to announce that we now have the website up and running. And Roxanne, can you please go to the website? So the website address is there, West Covina parksmasterplan.com, and you'll be able to provide feedback and information about the upcoming community meetings. Okay. So there it is. And so it just has all the information pertaining to this initiative. And we're hoping that people will come to this page, and it's off our website, so you'll be able to find it through our city website. The timeline of when we are looking at having the meetings, when we're going to be providing information back and input. So if anyone has any questions about what that process looks like, how they can get involved, it's all going to be on this website. So thank you, Roxanne. The next one, we did have our Easter extravaganza this Saturday. We have such a successful event that we hosted at two different parks, Cortez and Del Norte, and we did hide over 30,000 eggs between both parks. And this is a partnership with the West Covina Kiwanis Club. So it is a successful event, and we continue to grow each year. And we did have a visit from the Easter Bunny. So hopefully if you didn't attend this year, we'll see you next year. Also, just wanted to provide an update on the windstorm reimbursement that we are seeking the emergency. So staff has been meeting with FEMA on a weekly basis. We are looking to get reimbursement for some of the fallen trees, some of the damages that occurred to some of our facilities and infrastructure. And so the cost sharing breakdown is FEMA will reimburse 75% of the eligible cost. CalOES, California, will provide 12.5% of the remaining 25%, and then the city will be responsible for the remaining. So we are looking to not only fix those facilities and infrastructure, but also create a long-term solution so that if we do have a windstorm like that, that they are secured and be able to withstand that. So that's the update regarding our FEMA. Just wanted to wish everyone a happy Easter this weekend. And then a couple upcoming events. We have Earth Day and Arbor Day, April 26th. And then the Cherry Blossom Festival with the East San Gabriel Valley Japanese Community Center on April 26th as well. And then the West Covina Senior Health and Wellness Expo and softball tournament on May 3rd. And then we also wanted to share a video, if we can pause it. We can restart it. A video that shows our West Covina PD team competing in the Baker to Vegas. So I'll let that play.
Feel it coming in the air. Hear the screams from everywhere. I'm addicted to the thrill. It's a dangerous love affair. Can't be scared when it goes down. Got a problem? Tell me now. Only thing that's on my mind is who's gonna run this town tonight. Who's gonna run this town tonight?
I said it, we are. This is Rock Nation. Pledge your allegiance. Get your boutiques on. All black, everything. Black cars, all black, everything. And our girls are blackbirds, riding with their diligence. I get more in depth if you boys really real enough. This is like familiar. I'll explain later. But for now, let me get back to this paper. I'm a couple bands down and I'm trying to get back. I gave the other grip, I lost a flip for 5 stacks. Yeah, I'm talking 5 commas.
So we're very proud of them and very excited that they won 2 years in a row and looking forward to that three-peat. So congratulations again to our West Covina team. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. And the other city council, any question and this and that? Okay, Anybody have other than that? Okay, we're moving. Yeah, go ahead, Brian Gutierrez.
Yeah, are we sure what was our cost share for FEMA?
Those are the percentages that they've given us, so we're still working with them on submitting our total cost.
Okay, because on January 14, I think before President Biden left office, he signed a declaration to authorize 100%. So you probably want to follow up on that.
We'll remind our FEMA representatives.
Okay.
Okay, you done?
Yep.
Okay, so I want to follow through. I think we have a major damage on our sportplex, our roof, playground roof, and have that been estimated and get reimbursed from FEMA?
That's part of the reimbursement package that we're working with them.
And how soon we can fix the roof? Can you give us an estimate that it's been damaged for a long time, so we need to be presentable?
Correct. We are working to fix it as soon as possible. We also, like I mentioned, want to put mitigation measures so that we can prevent it from happening in the next windstorm.
Understand. Do you have an estimation day, time?
I don't have that off the top of my head.
So it's 1 month, 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 1 year, 2 years, 5 years? Okay,
as soon as possible.
Yeah, so I hope we could get it done within a month, 30 days. Can you do it?
I'd have to check with staff.
Then we check with public, and work. Okay, if you don't know how to make things happen. Okay, and then so we go to moving the consent calendar. Okay, and any other city council want to do the consent calendar? Okay, yeah. Pull it. Okay, how many you want to pull?
Let's see. I'm gonna pull number 2, number 5. And number 6.
2, 5, 6, and Oli?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Item number 1 and item number 4.
So we have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 already? Which one we missed? So you have how many? You have 3?
Number 3.
Number 3. Who want to put number 3? Number 3 is consideration ordinance amended by truck route. Okay, anybody want to pull that one? So at least you can show resident about what they look like. Then I pull number 3. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 all been pulled. Okay, let's go to number 1. Okay, Mr. Oli Kento, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Just for reference, can I please ask that section 267D be read in its entirety, please?
You want to, okay, say it again?
I'd like to ask that section 2-67D be read, which...
would you please, okay, Assistant City Clerk?
Yes. 260, the Municipal Code 2-67D reads, removal. Notwithstanding the provisions of Section 2-69, all commissioners shall serve at the will of their appointing council member and can be removed with or without cause at any time. If the seat of the council member who made the appointment is vacant, the remaining council members may remove the commissioner by majority vote and fill the vacancy created as provided for in Section 2-67C. In addition, upon an affirmative vote of not less than 4 members of the City Council, any commissioner may be removed for good cause, defined as 1, being convicted of any felony, 2, being convicted of any crime of moral turpitude, 3, misuse of city property, 4, falsifying city records, or 5, a sustained written finding of harassment or discrimination against any city employee or member of the public on the basis of race, ancestry, ethnicity, national origin, religion, marital status, sex, gender, gender identity, gender expression, sexual orientation, pregnancy, disability, medical condition, military and veteran status, or any other unlawful basis.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that being read. So I'd like to ask my council colleagues, in light of the specificity of what precisely constitutes for cause, and considering the fact that if this were to pass, that our individual authority to appoint our own commissioners could be thwarted by a supermajority of 4, why in the world would any of us want to remove our individual ability to make decisions regarding our own appointments, particularly in light of how the definition of for cause holds people accountable and also sets the standard for ensuring that members of different commissions may be removed if there is an appropriate reason.
Are you asking the attorney or are you asking CD?
I'm asking my colleagues on council.
Is that we have the obligation to, because last time we already talked about this and a long discussion. Are we going to continue?
You're under no obligation to respond.
Okay, anybody want to respond? Go ahead. Okay, and Mayor Pro Tem?
As I mentioned in the past, we have removed commissioners when the appointing council wanted to keep a commissioner. So in regards to this, we had removed one who was not yet convicted. We prevented that with bad publicity and stuff, that it was on the urge of investigation or anything. So we did remove somebody out. Granted, that conviction took, I don't know how long, a year. So we don't do background checks and stuff. And so there's just, I was just giving you an example of what we just did with a previous commissioner where we wanted to remove one. And even though at that time that council member said, no, keep him, I like him. And it's bad. I mean, eventually, yes, that council listened to the majority, but it's already there. So we've done it in the past, and so I'm just, again, here continuing with this.
Okay, thank you. And any other council want to respond? Because I think we have discussed this last meeting, okay, and this is just another repetition. Okay, if not, so we have a motion to... Okay.
I'd like to move to reverse and rescind the request as past the last meeting.
Okay, your motion move and do it.
I'll make a motion to approve it.
To approve.
Mr. Mayor, you have a
no, he go first.
Okay.
You go first, please. Okay, and So we have a motion. Do I have a second on the Councilman Oli's motion to send back to city to,
To not adopt.
So basically deny this. Okay, do I have a second? Nope. Okay, so the motion died. Do I have another motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve ordinance amending section 2-67 of the West Virginia Municipal Code relating to the removal of commissioners. And just a brief statement, I want to make sure that the residents know that there's accountability and that we're working for them. So thank you.
Okay, do I have a second? Do I have a second? Okay, go ahead.
I don't have a problem with this ordinance, and I'm concerned if we change it that it's going to give an appearance of impropriety. So my vote is going to be no.
Okay, so I will second it. Okay, so again, let's go to the roll call, please.
Mr. Mayor, I'd also like to adopt for the record my official position that I've written out with respect to this matter.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, roll call, please.
I have a motion by Councilman Gutierrez, a second by Mayor Wu for agenda item number 1, consideration of adoption of ordinance amending section 2-67 of the West Covina Municipal Code relating to the removal of commissioners. Councilman Contos?
No.
Councilwoman Diaz?
No.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez Viado?
Aye.
Mayor Wu?
Aye. Motion approved 3-2. Okay, and we go to the agenda number 2. And this is who approved this one? Who approved number 2?
Me.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So I don't know if maybe the staff first wants to briefly tell the public what we're doing here first.
Yes, Council Member Gutierrez and the rest of the council, we do have a presentation. Joanne Burns, our Deputy Director for Community Development, will be providing that presentation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, and also members of the City Council. The item before you is a consideration of the consultant for city engineering services. This all started in August of 2024. The city released an RFP strictly for engineering services, which includes or entails the review of grading plan checks, CIP projects, encroachment permits, and also the preparation and of engineering related grants. And also for traffic engineering services as well. The city received 7 proposals, and those proposals were rated based on the rating matrix of completeness of proposal, relevant experience and qualification, capacity to perform, and proposed cost. And the proposals were reviewed by city staff, a member of the finance department, public works, the CIP project manager, and also myself. The proposals were scored and rated. The highest score that were received were with InnoWest, TKE, and TransTech. The chart is in alphabetical order. So those consultants that were selected and rated at the highest were then invited to 2 separate interviews. For the second interview, they were provided specific instructions, and in the instructions, they were provided that they bring all the proposed team members to attend the interview in person and to prepare some examples of potential grants suitable for the city, which they can apply for if selected, and also in doing so, if they can consider the city's BKK former landfill site in their analysis. And based on the interview questions, TransTech scored the highest, in the interview. When we had asked all three consultants regarding the city engineers or engineering staff's availability, that the city requires that we have engineering staff provide services to the city during the hours that we are open, Monday through Thursday. Transtech provides that services to us, and they're able to continue providing that services if selected. TKE had asked a follow-up question if they can split the engineers' time between two separate engineers and many different staff members, while Interwest hesitated a bit before they were able to answer the question that they'll go ahead and try to work it out. When asked regarding the experience with brownfield sites, Transtech was the only consultant that had experience with developing brownfield sites. All three consultants had vast experience in grant writing. However, Interwest did not bring their person that was, I guess, more experienced regarding grants or regarding development in such projects as the BKK site. So in doing so, Transtech scored the highest in the interview process. And the interview scores were based on a 35-point maximum total score, and they were averaged out between the scoring committee. And the scoring committee had scored each individual question independently without consulting each other. And we had averaged out the scores to make sure that the process is fair. At the previous council meeting, staff was given direction to look into what it would cost if the city was to hire city staff to man our engineering division or to hire a consultant. And based on that, according to the analysis, if we were to hire a full service engineering staff, it would cost a minimum base pay of about $480,000 and a max $607,000. And this does not include the other, like pension liability and benefits. This is just strictly salary. And even if we do hire our own engineering staff to man the engineering division, we would still have to contract with traffic engineering services, because they do provide, traffic engineering services is a specialized service, and they do the traffic counts and traffic analysis, and there's specific equipment that you would need in order to conduct that, and that's not always needed. So based on the previous invoices from the last 5 years, the cost to hire, in comparison to hire city staff, it's still more beneficial to hire a consultant to provide the engineering services. With this, staff is recommending that the city contract with Transtech. We have Melissa DeMercy here, with a principal of the Transtech in her team. They will be able to answer any city council questions if needed.
Okay, come up. Okay, and council, anybody have a question for the pick from the city Transtech? Okay, and we have you for how many years? 5 years already?
5 years.
5 years, okay. I remember 2019, the previous city manager picked you as engineering, service, and we have Weldon doing the building and safety. Okay, so anyway, and you still with us. So, and then now they're still thinking about you still the best. What is the proposal contract will be?
I'm sorry?
What is proposed contract?
Engineering services.
Yes. Well, I know. How many years? I think 2 years and 2 years option. I read it. Am I right? 2 years and 2 years option. Am I?
Yes.
2 years and 3 years option.
3.
So meaning this contract is for 2 years. Okay. Okay. And the council, any council have a question? Who want to go first?
Mayor, if I may, the Transtech has a presentation prepared. Would you like them to deliver the
go ahead.
presentation?
If nobody against, let's have a presentation first to show how great you'd be doing for the city.
I appreciate that. As you bring it up, I just want to start off by saying good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. On behalf of Transtech Engineers, it's truly such a privilege and honor to be here tonight and over the past 5 years to be able to service your community in city engineering, grant writing, public works, construction management. It's truly been an honor for our company. My name is Melissa Demirci. I'm one of the principals at Transtech. I do have a civil engineering background, and I'm proud to lead this company, deeply rooted in public service, especially here in the city of West Covina. Our motto is your projects, our passion, and that could not be more true here in your city. I wanted to quickly introduce our team that is here with us today, and this is your designated City of West Covina team. We have Michael Lloyd over there, who is your designated city engineer. He has over 30 years of experience, many of those years in the public sector, serving as assistant city manager, city engineer, as well as public works director. We also have Jana Robbins with us, who has over 35 years of experience, and she leads our...
Since they sit over there on the TV, nobody can see them. You want to come up? Come up. So come up. The resident can see your faces. Okay, please. Okay, you are welcome to share the glory and the alumni of TV. Okay, thank you. So introduce them again, please.
Jana Robbins is a licensed professional transportation planner, over 35 years of experience, and just something really personal about West Covina. All 3 of her children went to South Hills High School right here in the city. We also have with us this evening Brian Cervantes, who is one of our associate engineers. He's an EIT, MBA, civil engineering degree, works closely with your amazing community development and public works departments. We also have Kobe Sky. He is our expert when it comes to FEMA grant opportunities and brownfill and landfill sites. He is also the former deputy director of Los Angeles County's Public Works Department of Environmental Services and spearheaded many of the brownfield and landfill developments in Los Angeles County. And we also have Jason Robbins with us, who is your building official here in the city of West Covina and interacts closely with Joanne and the Community Development Department on a daily basis. And I did want to mention that we are really proud that we have Ali Kayer here with us this evening, who is the founder and owner of Transtech. And I want to share his vision since 1989 has always been to serve communities, not just with technical excellence, but with high integrity and heart. And West Covina means so much to us as a company. With that, I would like to start our presentation. So this is our team. I promise you I'm going to keep it short and interactive. As we go on to the next slide and before we press play, I wanted to share a 60-second video. This is a high-level overview of who we are and introducing our firm to you. Maybe you don't know all the things that we do. And we can go ahead and go to the second slide and press play. I think there's volume too. If you press the space bar, it might play. Transtech Engineers was founded in 1989, and we are a full-service municipal engineering and building and safety company. We provide various engineering and building and safety related services to predominantly cities. So we've been in business for 30 years, so we have a wide variety of different projects, from parking structures to full roadway corridor projects, roadway expansion projects, fun youth parks. So we've done a variety of different public works related projects. We are all about community engagement, civic engagement, and giving back. It's really part of who we are as a culture at TransTech, giving back to the communities that we serve in, the communities we live in. And for us, it's just who we are. You know, not only are we providing technical services to a lot of our cities, but we want to be a partner. We want to be an active community member. And we hope to continue doing this in and around Southern California and the greater Los Angeles area.
TransTech. Your projects,
our passion. Your projects, our passion.
TransTech is your projects, our passion.
We hope you enjoyed that overview. A little bit more, we're really proud that we've been in business for over 35 years, and we're known specifically for providing city engineering services, grant writing services, and public works services as a whole, inclusive of traffic engineering and day-to-day engineering as public works operations. We're proud that we service over 80 municipalities in California, many of them right here in San Gabriel Valley. We know West Covina. We know this area. We're proud that we have over 200 team members. And in this next slide, I wanted to highlight some of our unique qualifications. We're really proud that we have extensive experience working very closely with Metro, EPA, FEMA, Caltrans, and Los Angeles County. We're proud to have former high-ranking staff members as part of our team that worked for Los Angeles County, Caltrans, Edison, and SoCal Gas. And what those relationships and that experience gives for our client cities is be able to tap into working with those large agencies. We have extensive experience working with brownfield and landfill land development with TransTech, and now officially as Kobe part of our team, that experience has expanded even more. We're really proud that we facilitated over $500 million in grant fundings, and I'm excited later on we have a slide to share what we've done here in West Covina. In both as a private sector and public sector facing, we've served as city engineer, city traffic engineer, project program manager, construction manager, CIP manager, and grant writer. And now this next is all about West Covina in the next slide. And it's really to show our commitment and achievements together as a team. Truly, I wanted to start off with your council goals. You listed your fiscal year in the next slide, 24-25 council goals. And our commitment as TransTech to you as the city council and to this community is that we are committed to integrating these goals into our entire service philosophy and the service approach, whether that be our interactions with staff, with each of you, with the community, but also within delivering our projects to the city and for the community. We're really proud, and in this next slide, we have some numbers for you, that since we've been lucky enough to be of service to your city, we've completed 41 CIP projects, and these are not just small projects, these are large projects all over the city that we get to see and we get to use and we get to drive our cars on and cross our crosswalks in. We have an additional 15 projects currently in progress as part of our CIP program. That's 56 combined projects total that our team has worked closely with your incredible city team to deliver for the community. One of our biggest achievements that we're so proud of for the city of West Covina in the next slide is that 2 of those projects were awarded very coveted, extremely competitive awards. This is the American Public Works Association Project of the Year Awards. This award program is only happening once a year, and it involves 3 major counties. All cities within those counties are eligible. Just this past December in 2024, the Cortez Park Sports Field Renovation Project did receive the Project of Award in their specific category for recreation athletic facilities. And then 2 years prior to that, Friendship Park won the Project of the Year award in the same category. This award is very special that the president of the APWA national organization, which is all of North America, attends this award ceremony. So West Covina nationally is on the map. And my favorite slide of them all is grant writing has been the core of what we have done in the city since day one back in 2019. And I remember being in the city and we were identifying different grant opportunities for the city. And we're really proud that today, $20.9 million of grant funding has been secured by our team together with the City of West Covina team for you. This is a combination of different state, federal, local specialty funding, and we're just getting started. We look forward to applying and identifying more grant opportunities for the city. And the next slide is just a quick spreadsheet showing what these fundings have already been secured for you are. Some of them are currently in progress. Some of them are to be obligated, but you have this funding. It's super exciting. These are infrastructure projects, roadway improvement projects, safety projects, pedestrian projects, and you even have a planning grant that you did for local road safety plan that the city is going to be implementing soon. In this next slide, we talk about our brownfield and landfill site experience. You know, we're really lucky that we work with many agencies that have similar types of venues as you do here in the city of West Covina. We're lucky that we have the former deputy director of Los Angeles County who specialized specifically in brownfield and landfill site development all over the county. He actually worked with us on the county side through our projects through TransTech. So we have extensive experience in providing our expertise to your needs and tailoring them to fit what your development goals are for that site. Working with CalRecycle, Department of Toxic Substance Control, AQMD, the Regional Water Quality Board, US EPA, and FEMA. In this next slide, we're going to talk about FEMA grant funding. We are really excited to dive deeper into the grant opportunities at the federal level that FEMA has to offer, that the fire department, police department, and the city can really utilize. And we're going to be aggressively pursuing these grants with our grants team. I am intimately involved in all of these grants, writing these grants, and we're excited to bring that to fruition for the city. These next few slides are really just a long list of different grant opportunities that we've already identified for the city of West Covina. We can quickly go through them. I mean, these are federal, state, local, prop grants, park grants, infrastructure grants, planning grants, safety grants. There are so many, and our team has extensive experience. We've already delivered $20.9 million of grants for your city. And like I said, we can't wait to get you more. And before I close, why TransTech? We love this community so much. And, you know, this team here before me, this is your West Covina team. This is the team that is here almost every day interacting with your incredible city staff, working closely with your department heads. We've been in this business for 35 plus years. And I know that our founder, Ali, it means so much to him to be in this community. We're known for public works, city engineering, community development, construction, CIP management, grant writing, brownfill, landfill expertise. And we're really known in the industry to deliver high quality work. And with that, we do have a little bit of a video we wanted to share in this last slide. And what it is we wanted to review what did this last 5 years look like. And we've done 56 projects in progress or completed. This is just a brief highlight of some of the important projects that your city has delivered and we've been fortunate enough to be part of. So I hope you enjoy. we just thank you for your continued partnership.
Thank you so much. Okay. My microphone doesn't want to work with me. Okay, and City Council, anybody want to start with the first question? Okay, Council Member Brian Gutierrez.
Yes. My first question will be the AP. I know you mentioned the city's gotten the APWA awards. What is that award?
The APWA, it's called the American Public Works Association, and this is a professional organization that public works professionals, both in the public and private sector, are part of. Public works directors, city engineers, public works professionals. And it's like a professional organization, and every year they have an APWA Project of the Year award ceremony. And I think the three counties, Orange County, Los Angeles County, Riverside County, and San Bernardino counties are part of the Southern California chapter. And it's a very competitive program where they have different categories split up by population and category types of projects. And they have hundreds of applications that come in. And there's a very extensive review panel that consists of public works directors all across Southern California that review these applications on a scoring basis. And two of your projects won, one in 2022 and one in 2024.
And are you part of that award committee that awards those awards?
I am part of the award committee, but I am not part of the review process, unfortunately. It is all done by public works directors and professionals that are actually actively working for municipalities and cities.
Great, thank you. And then when were you notified by the city that the city was looking, in your second round interview, when were you notified by the city that the city was looking for a FEMA grant writer?
I don't know the exact date, but we were given an email with notification saying that we would be invited to participate in a second interview and to please make sure that we bring on our team qualified individuals in grant writing as well as brownfill and landfill expertise.
And did the city ever mention about specialty in FEMA grants?
I don't know in the email if it mentioned that specifically. Kobe, part of our team, because he works with recovery and Woolsey Fire, has extensive experience working very closely with FEMA.
And how much money have you got in the city of West Covina in FEMA money? How long have they been representing the city? How long have you been representing the city?
We're really proud that we've been in the city for 5 years, and we've gotten $20.9 million of outside grant opportunities. Specifically with FEMA, we haven't really dived deep into FEMA, but we are really looking forward, now that we know this is a priority for you and the city, of identifying grant opportunities and going after them.
And when did you hire Blue Sky Environmental Consulting that Mr. Sky comes from?
Yeah, so Kobe actually left the county 1 year ago. I think probably for over a decade, we've been working together in his capacity as deputy director, and he actually oversees many of our client cities, landfill and brownfill sites. And so we're really lucky that for the past year, we've been together collaborating, and we're just fortunate that he's part of our team.
So did he just recently get part of your team?
Yeah, he's one of our advisors.
Okay, great. So this is the first time you had a FEMA grant writer on your team?
No, we actually have extensive experience. We work with a lot of different subconsultants that have experience working with FEMA and EPA. I think specifically to West Covina, we haven't been specifically asked to evaluate FEMA, but like I said, now that we know this is a priority, we're going to hit the ground running and go after the grants.
Okay, and then the rest of the questions are for staff. So, okay, my next question will be for Paulina. Paulina, can you explain why TransTech scored low on the first round and then they increase their points on the second round, and why did you switch out voting committee members in that process?
So I'll divert that question to Joanne. She managed the RFP process.
Okay.
as far as the proposals are concerned, when we review the proposals, we review them based on the criteria, and based on this criteria, and it's scored individually by each member of the scoring committee. So the scores were very close between the three firms. So we typically, when we review proposals, we always have for a project or a consultant that does a lot for the city similar to this, we always conduct interviews, and we always interview the top 3 consultants, and then we base who we are going to recommend to the city council based on the scoring and also the interview as well. The interview is the process that determines which consultant is going to be recommended to the city council.
So if I remember correctly, when I spoke to Paulina and asked the first time why TransTech was being selected when they scored lower in the point system, Paulina said they spoke better. So because they spoke better, they were able to get higher points automatically and win the bid. And then I questioned the integrity behind that, and then Paulina ordered a second round interview.
Sorry, if I may. It's not necessarily speaking better. It's more of the preparation for the interview, and also the staff members that they brought to the interview, and their ability to be able to answer the questions in a manner that is able to show that they have the ability to provide the needed services that the city needs, right? So in the first interview, TransTech was selected mainly because, so we interviewed 3 consultants. Interwest, they only brought only two of their principals showed up, and everybody was remote. And they didn't express their ability to be able to provide the needed services the in-person services that we needed or that we need in the city. So they were not selected. And they were not opted for recommendation.
Great. And then just for clarification, did you tell the contractor that they had to be interviewed in person in order to score higher in the point system?
We tell them that they should bring their proposed team in person. Yes, the interview is an in-person interview.
So you told them they'll score lower if they did a over video conference. That was Interest, right?
I'm sorry?
Interest?
Interwest, yes. Okay.
And then I'm looking at, so one of the things I did was ask Paulina to provide me the detail notes of staff that for all the companies. We had Interwest, we had TKE, we had TransTech. And when I'm looking at the staff's notes, I see all staff members writing down for TKE that they have secured over $4 billion. They have secured over $500 million in water, street, storage, drain, sewer, and transportation grants. But somehow TransTech still prevail as the final thing. And my concern is that this will be the second time that the scores change like this. The first time was on September 17, 2024, when PKE Architects was awarded a contract when they came in at a higher price. But somehow TransTech was involved in the selection process and presentation process of that. And online, on a social media page by TransTech, it says that TransTech was construction managers for the City of Ontario's new Fire Station 1 with PKE, with PBK Architects. And that creates a concern for me when it comes to transparency and accountability. And I'll finish up, but almost done. But and so I'll just leave off by saying I'm not saying nothing bad about TransTech. I'm not saying that we should not renew their contract at this point. But what and just to clear it up, TransTech is still continues to get paid on a month-to-month basis. So any decision we make today does not affect their contract. And so later on, I'm going to urge the council just to ensure fairness and integrity in this bidding process, that a new RFP is done to ensure there's transparency in this process. Because when you deal with all this money, it's just horrible for me to see how this outcome became.
Got it. Okay. Thank you, Council Member Gutierrez. I think the Council Member thinks conspiracy, this and that, okay, some issues, discrepancy about, so this is his concern. Okay. Everybody have a different idea. Everybody have a different interpretation, but he has a freedom of speech to say what he have to say. So it's okay. So you just have to show us the integrity of and the selection of the company that you guys go with your conscience and try to select the best. Let's go to the Council Member, Councilman, Oli Kentos, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What is the amount of the contract for the first 2 years with the option to extend 1 year for the next 3 years subsequent, please?
We don't have a limit.
Can you answer? Okay, and maybe Councilman, and Oli Kenjo, you want to repeat your question?
Sure. I'm just asking for the amount of the contract for year 1 and 2, with options to extend for a year at a time for the next 3 years.
How much we pay them for the year and 2, right?
Yes, the contract
so
amount.
What is the amount? Exactly. I think that we need to know how much we award them, or they just pay on the percentage of the and grant that we receive for the project to project. Since they are
I didn't see it in that. Yes. Usually it says it in the.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't see the dollar amount there like it normally is.
Yeah, where's the dollar amount?
Yeah, I don't see that.
So one thing.
Where's the beef?
Yeah, I don't see it.
Correct. We have. In the past, we've switched over because when we did a limit, and these contract is similar to our building and safety contract, that as construction ramps up, the contract increases because the development is going up. And so we did not provide a maximum contract amount so that we have that flexibility.
Okay, so since there is no maximum amount, that means there's no limit to what can be spent. So I wanted to ask, in light of our direct this to the city manager, in light of our budgetary situation, to prevent us from going into deficit, what safeguards are in place to ensure that with whatever we would approve here, that we end up not being in a deficit due to overspending or due to spending more than we originally anticipated, which could then put us in the red.
And I think it's a good point. Budget is a major issue we have. And you need to, when you want us to approve their contract, and you need to tell us what is the budget. Okay.
You're asking the contractor how much?
So if
you can ask the contractor.
No. Yeah. So
ask your accountant.
Yeah. Go ahead, City Manager.
Because it is through engineering services, there are different revenues or funds that pay for the services depending on the type of project that is being proposed. So
maybe you can explain to her how they get paid. Okay, they get paid for the percentage, or they get paid from our general fund. Okay,
no. So they thank you. Mayor. So they are paid on an hourly rate based on the projects that they are working. So a lot of it is project-based. Some of it is, as Joanne said, general engineering services that we need on
So they get paid hourly rate. So what is our budget to pay them? Okay, what is the ceiling or what is the floor? That we should have some kind of budget.
We do.
Yes, and why is the number?
We do have a budget. So the budget for the general fund is $136,000. The budget from using Prop C funds is $506,000, $50,000 from gas tax, and $123,700 from sewer
No, I'm
maintenance.
talking about paying the. I think
These are the funds used to pay for the contract.
Councilman Oli Kento is about how we award their contract and what is the budget roughly would be how much. Okay, I think this is your question, right?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Okay, would you please answer? Or what is how are we going to approve for 2 years contract for how much? They ever have the rough figure compared with the previous year.
So
we have a 56 project. Okay, meaning we have a lot of project and how much we pay them. So how much we are going to, okay, on our future budget.
If I may, Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, based on the engineering invoices from the last 4 years, 5 years, it averages $873,074 a year. That's the average from all the engineering invoices from the last 5 years.
And so average about $800,000.
Now for fiscal year 2024, it says $931,000.
No, that's the average.
Yeah. Well, we can't. I don't think we're not elected to vote on averages. We're elected to vote on facts.
Yes, I'm giving information.
Yeah, it's not your fault. But,
No. Okay, I think Councilman Oli. So they basically it's for past 4 or 5 years. It's average $800,000. I kind of understand. Okay, now it's depending on how many projects we have. If we have more project, then we have to pay them more. We have less project, we pay you guys less. So it depends on how many. So we want more project. We want more grant coming to us. We might have to pay them more because based on how many projects we have. So am I right?
Correct. It is based on an hourly rate. We do have a budget that we account for within the budget for this. So it's not like a blank check that we give them, but it allows us to fluctuate as development goes up or down.
So roughly 800,000, it can go up to possible $1 million because we have more project and then she find more project for us to pay for this and that. And okay, is that from general fund or is that from restricted fund?
It's from general fund and from restricted funds.
What is the percentage?
I don't have the percentage, but the amount.
Joanne, do you have a percentage of, because this is a lot of, I saw a lot of street, I see a lot of improvement like a suicide corridor improvement that is belong to the restricted fund.
So we have general fund, Prop C, gas tax, and sewer maintenance.
I understand. So that's why the percentage should be more on the restricted fund due to.
Yes, the majority of it is from
because the
restricted
park improvement possible go to general fund, but grant, but the streets, okay, all this street improvement, that should be a restricted fund. Am I right? Am I right, Joanne?
Yes.
Okay, Oli, you want to continue?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what safeguards are put into place to ensure that we remain fiscally responsible? I love TransTech, what TransTech does. Absolutely love it. This is more from an administrative standpoint that we spend within our means because TransTech looks like the Cadillac of services in many respects, but at the same time, there could be others. So on one level, well, but I mean, on one level, there are other companies out there, which I understand why my colleague is suggesting RFP to ensure competitiveness. But separate from that, what happens with regard to ensuring that we don't overspend? So what are the written policy and procedural safeguards to ensure that with whatever we do with TransTech, understanding it's a project basis, how do we make sure that we don't overspend to end up in the red with our budget?
Through our budget process, so we budget an amount for the TransTech contract. When we have to adjust it based on the number of projects, we are able to do so.
But you just said you did not budget it.
Okay.
Now you do.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, Oli, you want to continue?
Yes, please. Yes, please. So, in light of how there's an ability for us to do that. The thing that I'm wondering about is I thought that when we originally approved our budget before various amendments that we were in the black still, but we had to be careful with regard to our spending. And since that time, we've done various budget amendments. So fiscally speaking, are we in a position now, in light of different budget amendments that staff has recommended that we've passed, are we in a position to approve more budget amendments without going into deficit?
Well, as I mentioned, this contract is based on,
You have to hurry up.
we have a budget that is included in the budget amount. As we get more projects, part of the project's administrative fees help pay for the TransTech hourly rates.
I understand, but are you assuring us that there are policy and written procedures in place that will ensure that we do not overspend with TransTech to the point where we end up in a budget deficit because of our spending?
Yes, with any contract in the city, there are policies and procedures that prevent that.
No, I think, Councilman Ollie is want to make sure we don't overspend on our general fund.
Yeah, and
I think, and this is her main point, and I think for you to say, we want to make sure most of the money will go to restricted fund, because restricted fund, we have a lot of surplus, and with that, as long as we don't touch the general fund, then possible everything will be better. Let's go, if you're done, I want to go to the Councilwoman,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, thank you so much. Councilwoman Diaz?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to switch gears here. I want an answer to the TransTech, the $20.9 million that has been received as grants. I see the grant program, I see the project, the funding type, and the amount. But what is this for the past year or the past 2 years?
5 years.
The past 5 years.
Well, since we've come on board, so we came at the end of 2019. So all intents and purposes, we started January 2020. So we were with you during that very difficult first year. And we aggressively pursued the grant opportunities. These grants aren't available every year. So there are sometimes every other year or one available, and any opportunity we saw for these major ones, we went after.
I don't know who prepares this, but I think from our staff, I would like to see the dates or the years that they were received. So at least we can.
I think we need to have the breakdown on the what years, what project been done. So every year we want to see the project. I think that's what you want, right? Okay, and you want to continue? Anything? That's it. And I will go to Mayor Pro Tem.
No, thank you. Actually, I know we on the these don't have pages, but 1, 2, 3, 4. On the 4th page, I know it lists all the projects. It does list all the completed years, so thank you. I thought when we went over the whole TransTech budget, there was like a cap, and then I know we broke down the percentages and all that stuff. On the last one, I don't know if anything has changed since then, but I do see the fiscal year, and based on the presentation that you provided and the award-winning and the biggest project, that makes sense on why fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2024 is a little higher than normal. With the that happens to go above the average, and then the others are below. But I do want to say thank you very much for the presentation. We are more on. The community is a visual, so I know sometimes when we get packets, it's just a bunch of words. It doesn't connect, and we move in a fast pace. So I just wanted to say thank you so much. That presentation was beautifully made, and great job. And thank you for a lot of the projects that you have done and made the city better. So I just want to say thank you.
Before I turn over to Brian Gutierrez, and I think the concern I think council has, this is the budget, what is the estimation about this fiscal year, how much will be? I know you don't know, but we maybe have a floor and ceiling and see what, but I want to say this, since I get elected since 2015, November, and then till today, and I went through. We have almost no project, and the city, the park, everything look horrible, and that's what the 2019 reform started, okay, with a balanced budget and with the good engineering company coming. At that time, we have engineer, but okay, just not going to get what we have. But now we see a lot of park, everything. Of course, you're not perfect. I still have a lot of complaint about this and that. But I want to say we have a lot of improvement for these 5 years, especially the park. Okay, I think the children playground, this and that. But again, I think we need to know the budget. I think is the issue and how many percentage go to general fund and how many percentages for our restricted fund. So at least we know how much. But other than that, okay, I think a lot of people compliment about the park improvement. Friendship Park, there's a beautiful park. Okay, Brian Gutierrez, go ahead.
Yeah, and just again, I'm not talking bad about you or your company. I don't believe that your staff sits down and does nothing all day. I think that they do work and they do their job. And my only concern was not necessarily with you, but more of city staff and our city manager Paulina Morales to make sure that that this process carries out fairly. And if you prevail, you win in the end of the day. But my concern was the transparency in this process, and there was discrepancies. Not only does this agreement, like Councilmember Cantos mentions, fails to disclose the max amount of money the city could use for this contract, or like Councilwoman Rosario Diaz mentioned about the dates are not on there when it comes to different securing of funds. And so these are questions I think that this report is missing. And then when my concern with these administrative discrepancies, I truly believe that.
Let's do this. Yeah. Okay, let's move on. Okay, and let's have a motion to maybe continue this.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. When it comes to this, I guess the thing in light of how the TransTech can continue to perform great services for us, and in light of the uncertainty with requested information, my sentiments, I'm inclined to think to believe that we should, as a council, decide to delay final approval of the contract until we receive that supplementary information, and also to give us the fiscal flexibility for us to make sure that we spend properly. I mean, by contrast, the city of Covina next to us, last year they received $43 million, $34 million of which were in grants.
Wow.
So that's a big difference than what we're seeing here.
Okay.
So it's, so if we were to have an RFP process to ensure that the transparency that the Councilmember Gutierrez has asked for, but yet continue to work with TransTech in the meantime, then that could actually resolve.
Yes. I'll second.
Okay, so basically, Councilman Oli Canto moved a motion to continue. Okay, and let's have enough information for next discussion. Okay, and basically, go ahead, City Manager.
So we're going to continue it to a future meeting to add the additional information.
After you got the information, we need to know how much the budget. Okay, information about each item, about date and the project, and maybe you can share with us why the future budget. Okay, future project you want to help us. Okay, and some project that will be in mind. And I think we have our Azusa. We got a federal $7 million that we fight forward, and then we need to hurry up. RFP have less than our RFP, so that is the money. And in the Caltrans, if we don't use it, the central government federal government might be going to take it back. They take back all the money right now. We want to spend it on our synchronization improvement ADA on Azusa Avenue ASAP. So everything is tiny matter. We cannot delay. If delay, then we will lose everything. So hopefully urgency is to help our city to get the thing done. So I think this is a motion, and you have second. Yeah, go ahead.
And then Councilmember Cantos also stated meanwhile, he also stated, if I'm not mistaken, that an RFP process reoccurs.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
And
because
internally work with this.
Yeah. Try to clarify. Okay, the RFPs. Okay, because I think Council Member Gutierrez has a major. Have some kind of trust issue, and let's fulfill the trust. Okay, let's make sure the integrity of this selection is fairness. okay, and then we have no problem.
Yep.
I think if you're the best, you have no problem at all.
Yep.
So be confident and just show us the information and show us about the integrity of the selection process, and we move on, because it's 2 years, 3 years option, but we know the budget. At the same time, you have no fault, okay, a termination clause anytime. Anyway, but as a watchdog for the taxpayer, we need to make sure how much we spend, and especially budget is coming up. We need to be conservative. I hope you understand. But we not criticize your performance. We just want to make sure the budget is over there. So anyway, then you understand that we will
If I could
continue.
just clarify.
Yeah, go ahead.
We're going to clarify the process. We're going to.
Integrity of the process.
Yes.
I thought it was a new RFP.
So the motion was to continue. That's why I'm asking for clarification. So we're going to bring back this current RFP process with the additional information that you want.
Is that?
I think Councilman Campos.
There were two things. One thing was to delay voting on the contract tonight until we see the supplementary information, and then the second thing is to look into doing an RFP, another RFP process to optimize our options, just to ensure that this is the decision that we should make in moving forward together.
So this is the RFP we send out. Okay, okay. If this is your motion, okay. So we send out another RFP, right? This is your motion, and you second it.
Yes, I second.
Okay. So okay. And if this is motion, and the second by Gutierrez, and the roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion by Councilman Contos, a second by Councilman Gutierrez to continue the consideration of city staffing of the Engineering Services Division and/or award a professional services agreement for city engineering until supplemental information can be provided back to the council and a new RFP is issued.
Yes.
Sorry, Tom, if you could.
That's right.
We're rejecting, if council would like to do a new RFP, we have to reject the bids tonight.
Well, she could reapply.
And city attorney, we need to
Put that in your motion too.
So basically, you need to decline the selection because they already picked. Yeah, so we have to start from the square one again. How long it take?
You could do.
Take several months, 3-4 months.
No, not necessarily. What's the minimum required by law? It's 2 weeks, right? Okay, that doesn't take.
Well, it
3
depends.
months.
I think we can do
Yeah.
10 days. I have to double check.
So how
There's still staff time to review it. So
how long it take?
Month.
Well, usually we provide, for this type of services, we provide at least a month and a half, in order for it to be a fair RFP and to give everybody a chance to submit the proposal and prepare a proposal. The time frame is about a month and a half. 2 weeks will not be a.
Okay, let's do this. Let's do a two motion, okay? Because the first motion will be provide information and provide the budget. Okay, let's continue, and then explanation about selection process to make sure the integrity is there, and provide the information regarding each item of project. So this is the first motion. Do I have a second?
Mr. Mayor, that's a substitute motion. You had a motion on.
No. Because I want to separate two. The second one will be RFP.
You can't.
Okay, can we do that?
You had a motion and a second on the floor already. So your motion you just made.
Okay, got it. So
it's a substitute motion.
you want to combine together? Okay, Councilman Oli.
Well, I can just to clean it up. I'll just withdraw the motion to do it again.
Okay.
So I as the one who made the motion, withdraw the motion. But just for clarification, if the contract were not to be accepted tonight, will we still be able to continue working with TransCheck under the month-to-month rules?
Yes.
Okay. Then in that case, I'd like to make the first motion to reject the contract for TransCheck this evening.
Okay, and do we have
and because of that, you could combine to do a new RFP.
Issue a new RFP.
And issue new RFP.
So you
second.
decline, and okay, I want to make a substitute motion to separate these two motion to have the motion and to get it for I just mentioned, and the second one would be okay, IFP, okay, for another motion. So it's a two motions. So to get this thing over with. Okay, so anyway, as in my substitute motion, do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, so which one you vote first? So basically the same thing. I just separate two. Okay, I hope you understand. Okay,
Sorry, let me clarify. Your motion is it to reject this?
No, I'm not going to reject anything. I'm going to say, the second one will be rejected and send new IP. That's the second motion. The first motion is continue, huh?
Can I?
He basically combined two together. He rejected and he IP.
Yeah.
And I say, let's continue to provide information. Okay, and then after that one, I will go to the second one. Will be people to vote. We want to reject it.
I got it. Okay.
Makes sense to you?
Motion with the second is to reject and issue a new RFP. The mayor has made a substitute motion to get more information back.
Correct. So we don't. This is second IP we send out. If we go to this, if the government is doing this again, we will never end. So my point is, I don't mind. Okay, to do IP, we just vote. If we have a 3 vote, then they will be declined. Okay, and go to IP. But the first one will be, I want to do it is, okay, just get information and get clarify and then get a budget and how much and bring to us. And then we approve this. Then we go to the second one. It will be rejection. Just go to new IP. Make sense?
Still.
Mayor?
Make sense? Yeah, go ahead.
So, Mr. Mayor, your substitute motion is to get more information.
Can I say something?
And then get more information.
Go ahead.
It's in regards to this whole thing. So, I mean, if you reject it, but you're getting information, shouldn't we just table this agenda?
No, they want to do a rejection and do IP.
And just for clarification, they're still getting paid. They're still providing services. So why wouldn't we want the ethical responsibility to make sure the ethics involved in this was done fairly?
No problem. I'm going to have a lead motion too. So we're going to have a vote on that. If
when they reapply, they can provide all that.
I understand, but I have my motion. Okay, so we can vote 2 times, see how it goes.
He's saying that we can't because
Mr. Mayor, let me clarify. The first motion on the floor is a motion to reject the bid and issue no RFP. The mayor has made a substitute motion to, no, I want to bring information back and vote on this in the future.
Correct.
And is there a second for that motion?
What happens if they do after that one, the new motion to reject? So it
would render the underlying motion moot because you're bringing the contract back.
Yeah.
Depending on the vote.
So I'll make a motion.
Did you
make a motion
second?
I did, but then, I mean, we're saying rejecting and then bring it.
I understand, but do you want to second? Okay, because you don't second, then my motion
should be fair.
Let me restate it one more time.
Should be fair and clear to the
initial motion
public.
is to reject.
Let me finish my thing. You can say anything. You can reject it. Don't even overspeak when I'm saying something.
Okay, Mr.
I have my right to do a substitute.
Right, absolutely.
Okay,
I'm just saying the facts.
So anyway,
you should want to know how the money's being spent.
Yeah, of course. That's why we're going to bring this too. So please respect my seat.
Yeah.
Okay. So my motion basically, okay, is what I just mentioned.
Yeah.
Okay. And okay, do I have a? So basically, you want to repeat my motion? My motion is bring the budget. I said it so many times. Okay, and clarify the information and clarify why the integrity, okay, and information, because this is a second IP. This is not the first time. This is second time.
Second.
Okay, so in that way, okay, I don't want to go again, the third one, the fourth one, never end. So if they can provide the information and you can provide, okay, why the selection, okay, and how money spent, and then if they satisfy, then we can vote on it. Okay, and so we can save another couple months, okay, of this country. This is, let's say, I just want to be efficient, okay, and so this is thing, and this is the first motion, and second motion will decline, okay, everything, just go IP if we have a 3 vote. So I maybe don't have a 3 vote. So anyway, this is my substitute, and you have a second.
Just as a point of clarification, I think this is the first RFP that went out. The only difference was the city conducted 2 interviews.
Okay. Is this the first IP or second IP? I remember this is second.
Because
the first one,
engineering services?
Yes, I remember this. I remember we have a first one, and then Brian doesn't like it, then you send out the second one.
So if I could clarify, the city hired, so I think it is the third time, because the first time we went with Will Dan, and then we went to TransTech, and it's the second.
No, I say this time.
So we did one RFP, and it was 2 interviews that we did with the proposed vendors.
This one is the second one, or the first one?
We did 2 interviews with them this time through this RFP process.
So this is first IFP or second IFP? Can you just answer first or second? Just first?
This is one RFP.
So this is the first one. Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is first one. So this is not second one. Okay, so fine. Okay, do I have a second or my substitute motion? Yes or no?
I really didn't understand your second motion. Sorry.
Okay, would you please?
One more time. So on the floor, you had Mayor Cantos' motion to reject the bid and issue a new RFP. You had a second. The mayor says now, I want more information, and I want to vote on this once we have this.
I want to
finances.
continue.
And we need a second for that motion to vote on that.
I don't want to approve it. I want to bring continue and bring back information and bring back the budget and bring back the clarify about all this. Okay, and
right, that's the motion. Is there a second?
So can I make my own motion now? Well, just a point of clarification, City Attorney, if Oli was able to make one, then Tony's able to make a motion. Can I make a motion too now?
Okay. First of all, we have a motion. We need to ask for a second first. If we don't get a second, then it dies. If we do get a second, then you can make another motion.
Okay.
Yeah. So I have to substitute motion to the first motion. Do I have a second to bring back all the information?
I second.
Okay, second. Okay, and so substitute motion, vote first. Okay, and
Then I have a motion.
Please.
I have a motion.
Can he motion, substitute my motion? Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So I would encourage my colleagues that there is ethical questions about how this process played out, and that we have a responsibility under the law to make sure that taxpayers' money is being spent in accordance to the law.
Yes.
And because of this discrepancy, we hold that responsibility under the law to conduct a fair RFP process. And unfortunately, I wouldn't want, if it was up to me, I wouldn't want to reject their RFP, but because the city attorney is saying that's how the process is supposed to work, then
why is your
making a motion to reject TransTech's bid, conduct a new RFP, but for the city for the city manager to work with TransTech in between that time to to help TransTech garner the information they need to apply for that new RFP.
Got it. So his substitute motion to my substitute motion is to decline, reject the selection of tonight and go to the new RFP. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yes.
But to also help for the city attorney, for the city manager to help Melissa in the process to make sure she's able to put all that information that this council requested of her today into a new application, so there's a fair process.
Got it. So on your IP, you have to provide all the information of what we just request, and if we have a new IP. So do I have a second?
Second.
So do I have a roll call for the substitute?
I have a motion by Councilmember Gutierrez, a second by Councilmember Oli Cantos to reject all bids, issue a new RFP, and work with TransTech to get the information requested by this council. Councilman Cantos?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez Viado?
Aye.
Okay, aye.
No. Okay. So 4-1. Okay. So 4-1. Okay. And the motion approved. We send IP. So you see, we went through, the route. Okay. So the IP have been rejected. Okay. And let's send the IP and for you to bring the information and what we just request. So, good luck. Okay. And,
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Because we talk about discrepancy and stuff. City Attorney, was there anything illegal with the whole process of this occurring?
I was not involved in this, but I'm saying I would Nothing, no red flags, nothing.
And then my next question is, as if we're continuing to assist with TransTech, wouldn't that be like a perception of like, with the RFP? I mean, now, like with bringing out the new RFP and then, the assistance of TransTech, isn't that like a negative perception or just in general of what things are?
Yep. Councilmember Gutierrez had added that to the underlying motion for the city manager to work with TransTech in compiling information.
And
it's a fair argument.
I think, and the vote have been cast. Okay, and that's the concern I have, because we need to give and I know, and let me finish. Okay, and I understand. Okay, so the thing is, we give them IP, CT pick, and if we have this conspiracy serious and we do this, and maybe keep people thinking about they have something in between, and that's why I'm thinking about this and one. But the vote has been casted.
Yeah,
okay, so this been rejected. Okay, and now we go to the
Mr.
IP.
Mayor.
Okay, yes, Councilman Kento.
Just as a procedural matter, as a point of order, that was because of that vote that replaced the original motion. So procedurally, Mr. City Attorney, do we need to do another motion? Or are we good? Because I thought that motion was just to substitute the original motion. But now that that's done, do we still need to do another vote, or are we already all set?
No, you're set. So you had an initial motion, you had you had two substitute motions. You vote from the top down in that one.
Basically, and Councilmember Gutierrez has a motion exactly like yours. Okay, so it's basically substitute, and substitute mine, and that one would be 4-1. Okay, so it's over. Okay, yes, Councilwoman Diaz.
Sorry, Mayor, I'm a little confused because the whole issue here is that there may be some improprieties. And so if we are asking for a city manager to work together with Caltrans for TransTech so that they can make sure that they have all their ducks.
I could clarify that.
I'm a little confused about that, because then that sounds like you're helping them out.
Yeah, I could clarify that.
Go ahead.
So since it was my
go ahead.
Whatever sub-motion. So when I refer to that, I am saying you heard what we said today about some of the discrepancies. Write it down for TransTech and send it to them. I think they know how to apply on their own. Do not help them get on a computer and apply for them. All I'm asking you to do is, obviously you don't have to shut the front door on them because they still work here, but what I'm asking you just to do is provide TransTech a document of what we discussed today about some of the discrepancies that were on that report, and provide it to them. That's all.
Okay, very good. Okay, I think it's very clear. Okay, it's just and the members have a couple concern, and the major concern is this RFP it's a fairness, and hopefully, and can clarify with the future. Joanne, okay, and I think so we don't make the same mistake, please, okay, so to get clarify, all the scoring system and and show us the fairness, and hopefully, I think TransTech doing a great job, it's nothing personal, it's a purely business, and we need to satisfy everybody concerned and everybody one vote, to see how we can deal with this. I promise them we can go home 10:30, but look like we have to go to midnight, just for this one, take forever.
One more thing, Mayor.
Go ahead.
And just to make sure my colleague Councilman Lopez Riado knows, at no point did I say you committed any illegal activity. What my suggestion was for city staff, there is discrepancies, and to make sure there's a fair process in the game here, and clarity to the public and how we're spending their money. That's all I'm saying. But that's
and City Attorney, go ahead,
Mr. Mayor. Finally, the discrepancies and the issues that came up tonight should be placed in the RFP and not go to one potential applicant. So let's put it in the RFP so anybody who applies, and that's the fair.
And to be fairness, and yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to say on behalf of TransTech, we are a very high integrity firm. We service over 80 municipalities in Southern California, and our ethics and our ethical responsibility of public service is the number one most important thing to our firm. And I just wanted to state that there was a lot of comments being made. We take it very seriously. And that's why we've been so successful for 35 years. in many municipalities.
Understand. Okay, that's
And
my
we're here to serve.
That's my substitute motion is about that. Okay, so to give a little bit. Okay, people feel like there's something wrong over here. Okay, I don't think so. But again, and we want to clarify. Okay, and the city council already vote on it. Okay, so we have to go to the new RFP and to make sure this time we don't make same mistake. So everybody can feel like this is a very fair, selection, and everybody have a fair chance.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's not your fault. It's city staff's responsibility. So I'm just that's it. Yeah.
We're not accused anybody.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think our council member he just have a problem with the process. Okay. Thank you and have a good night. And sorry to have dragged everybody over here. Okay, but hey. Okay, things happen sometime like this, and we just have to work on it and hopefully give us even better numbers. We need to have a budget, please, the number we want to have next time. Okay, so am I right? Okay, council member. Okay, thank you so much, and then move for next. I cannot believe it. We only number 2. Holy mackerel! Who talked the most?
Number 3.
Okay, number 3. Okay, who's put number 3?
You did. You.
Oh, okay. I want to skip number 3. Okay, and no. Quickly, please give us a map regarding the truck road. Okay, the truck route. Okay, showing everybody regarding how we approve. And I think our member, she's waiting forever. She said, well, why are we talking forever? Okay, sorry about that. We like to argue. Okay, go next one. Okay, please. Your microphone, please.
Got it. Yes. Joanne Burnser, Deputy Director for Community Development, will be providing the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So the truck route ordinance was requested by the city council that for staff to work on, mainly because there were concerned residents regarding it. They had concerns regarding truck traffic driving through residential streets, and mainly because the current truck route allows them to drive through Lakes Drive. So now we have amended we are proposing a truck route ordinance to remove the routes that are highlighted in red in this map, which is mostly California Avenue near Lakes Drive, in South Glendora Avenue between Lakes Drives and West Covina Parkway in Valinda, in Lakes Drive, Plaza Drive, State Drive, and so forth. So we're removing certain sections of the current truck route so that truck traffic passes mainly through commercial streets, and it doesn't truck traffic when there's traffic along the freeway. They do not try to exit and drive through our city streets in order to get away from
residential area
traffic. Yes, traffic jams on the 10 freeway. So with this, staff is recommending that the city council approve the truck route ordinance or introduce the truck route ordinance today, and we will be scheduling it for a second reading at the next city council meeting.
Got it. So since I pulled it, I'm going to ask the first question. So this is our current truck route, right?
Yes, this is our current truck route. The existing segments are in green, and the proposed segments that are going to be removed are in red.
So I think this is a great thing. Okay, so make sure the truck don't go to residential and this and that. But the only issue I have is enforcement. How we enforce about, the truck won't go to residential, because I know a lot of truck going to residential right now, and we disturb the people and destroy our street.
We will be putting up signs prohibiting truck traffic in like certain areas where trucks are not allowed near the previous truck routes.
So we have the
and that would allow
signage.
police to issue citations.
Got it. We have a signage. We just need to enforcement from the police department. Okay, go ahead. Okay, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to know how soon we'll get those signs up.
We will be taking this to a second reading, and after that, this would be in effect 30 days after the second reading. And as soon as it's effective, we'll have those signs up the next.
Yeah, let's do it ASAP, please.
Yes,
okay.
please.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Because every time you say soon, then make us worry. Okay. So we don't know soon. The definition of soon is years or months or days. Okay. So hopefully days. Okay. So we can make people in peace. I make anybody want to speak? Yeah. Go Oldie. Okay. Yeah. Councilman Oldie, please.
Thank you. Just a quick enforcement question. What are the fines for trucks who violate this ordinance? And what are the mechanisms through which residents may report when they see trucks? Do they need to snap pictures? What is it that residents need to do to help support these enforcement efforts so as to penalize those who violate our new ordinance if it is adopted? Microphone.
Your mic's now on.
I don't have the information on the cost of the citations at this moment, but I can go ahead and provide that information to you at a later time.
Huh?
They just stepped out.
They just stepped out. They have another long night.
Tom knows.
Okay, so we will find out the information. Would you please provide the information for us?
Yeah, we can include it in the next report for this.
I think request will be the enforcement to have our traffic enforce officer, okay, to really make sure they can pull over the truck, not in the wrong area. Okay, and who wants to ask?
The second part of that question.
Go ahead.
Sorry, just to repeat the second part of the question, what steps may residents take to assist with reporting incidents so as to help augment and enhance our enforcement efforts?
That's something we can work with the police department. I don't know how that violation, if it's something that a police officer has to view, but we can. If we can have a
Chief
Cortina come.
Chief, okay, we have a very important question for you.
They went shopping.
Okay, and Councilman Oldie Canto, you have a question for Chief
down as well.
About the ticket, about the enforcement of truck.
Yes. Hi, Chief. I just wanted to ask, what are the penalties for those who violate our truck ordinance? And am I missing something? And then also, in addition, what mechanisms should be put into place or could be put into place to help residents report issues so as to help augment your enforcement efforts?
Well, right now our traffic unit does enforce commercial traffic, and they are trained specifically for it. I know the fines vary based on what the violation is, because it's not just the truck routes. They'll also see if there's a lot of illegal things that could occur.
Like overweight,
it's a lot of different things. But as far as a specific fine for violating the truck route, I'd have to get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Public Safety Director. Oh man,
Thank you. To answer your second part of your question, Councilman Contos, and welcome everybody. On our app, our report and issue app, and on our website, I can add the category truck route violation, truck overweight. So what'll happen is I can set it so residents can submit the request at any time, 24 hours a day, and it'll route directly to our motor units and our traffic department.
Wow.
So that way they get it first thing in the morning or at night, whenever they're working, it'll go live to them and they'll be notified that way. And that way we'll have a tracking and reporting procedure as well.
Great. Okay. And Councilman, go ahead. And Mayor Pro Tem?
Do residents need to take a picture of the license plate or anything?
No, you're not going to be able to capture a license plate when it's driving down the road. But chances are, if one truck's driving down a residential street, that same truck or other trucks are also using that route. So when the motor units are out there deciding which streets they're going to work, if they have a pattern that, look, at 9 o'clock at night, we're having trucks go down this street on a regular basis, they're going to work that area.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Our chief.
Council member?
What was my question? Oh, I forgot. No, it was for Paulina or Joanne, potentially. I think that's it for you guys, right? What was there? I'll go first.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. My understanding is that when a resident reports an incident where there's a truck and they see the name of the truck, or even if they get a driver's license, vehicle license, our police officers cannot give them a ticket if they find them later, or even you cannot do that because the police officer has to actually witness it, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so now so I'm wondering, is there any way that, and it's probably a lot of work, but I think it's a good idea to maybe contact the company name and maybe send them a letter and say, hey, this is what happened and you are not allowed here. So at least we put them in notice.
Yes, that's a very good point. So while the police department enforces state codes, vehicle codes, traffic violations, my department is on the administrative side of things. So if we identify a truck or a company in violation of anything, whether it be vending, it be overweight, dumping, even the allegation of those violations, we will send a letter and we will contact the company, and it has proven effective. We had a situation where we had a truck parking overnight. We ran the license plate. We found out what company it was, and it wasn't committed in the presence of a peace officer, but we were able to contact the company. They contacted the driver and found out they lived in the apartments around the corner, and they were using the residential street for the storage of that vehicle.
Okay, good. I like that. Thank you.
And really quick, I want to follow through. I think this is what you just mentioned about truck, including the truck parking. Okay, they park in the residential area. So what is the issue? What is the solution?
So currently, we've increased our staff, and we are currently working till 2 a.m. During the week and until midnight on the weekends. So if a resident reports that trucks are parking in a residential zone, people are parking in prohibited zones, during restricted hours, we now have staff working that, and we've been very successful at night targeting violations and problems that have been existing for many years because we didn't have staff working those hours.
Okay, very good. Okay, the council member?
Yeah, I just want to say great work for Mylin and Chief Katina for you guys working very closely together to make our community safer. So your teamwork has shown to this community that things could get done, and safety is number one for our community. So, and then my next question is for city staff.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Appreciate. Okay, and go ahead.
My question for city staff: when I know Mayor Wu and Councilwoman Rosario Diaz mentioned about getting these signs out, are these signs going to be ordered in-house?
Yes.
Okay, thank goodness. We're going to save money. Okay, so great.
Are we done?
My questions.
Okay, I'm going to move the motion to approve.
I'll make a second.
Okay, the roll call, please.
I have a motion by Mayor Wu, a second by Councilmember Gutierrez, for consideration of introduction of an ordinance amending truck routes. Councilman Contos?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez Viado?
Aye.
Mayor Wu?
Aye, and the motion approved 5-0. And number 4, please. That's approved by Brian, right?
I think Oli.
Okay, you put number 4.
Thank you. This is the West Coast Arborist contract?
No, this is
which one is this? I'm sorry.
CCTV.
Oh, that's right. Okay, thank you. So I'm wondering, with the CCTV contract, is there a way to just hire folks to do the cameras, but without the metal detectors?
I do want to apologize, Councilmember Contos. The report accurately included metal detectors, but the report itself and the recommendation is only for approval of the CCTV cameras.
Oh.
Well, the motion.
Yeah. You want to move a motion only?
Oh, well, if that's the case, but there's no metal detectors.
No, I don't
Nope.
think so.
Okay, great. Well, then in that case, move to approve.
I'll second.
And hold on. Okay. Again, okay, we move this. Okay, okay. First and second have been called, but I want to ask about the budget. Okay, how much it will cost us?
Right.
Okay, I think it's over here, 129,221. Authorize city manager to negotiate executive agreement with MTech. Okay, for $129,000 for CCTV. How many cameras they going to install?
If I could have Chief Cortina come back down.
It's 130. Do we have a budget coming from?
We did identify funding in account 160.
Is it from general fund or from the grant?
I believe it is general fund. If I could have.
Do we have money to spend on this?
Oh, gosh.
Yes, we did identify funds in Fund 160.
We're not going to be over budget?
It is. No, we did identify funding.
Sure, we can balance the budget even we spend the money on this?
Yes.
Okay, I like it. Okay.
Oh,
Hey, the budget is the issue, okay?
I don't know if you had anything else to add.
Okay, and
Acting Finance Director.
Yes, go. Okay, regarding the 129,221 to install all the camera, I don't know how many camera you install, but the concern is, do we have money? Okay, because this is come from general fund. Okay, will that be an issue? Okay, to ding our budget.
This is coming from our CAP fund, and currently we do have budgeted amounts for it. We're just having a different project for it.
But this is coming from general fund?
Balance policy, we do actually transfer for CIP projects into this fund. So this is what we're using.
Okay, so it's still from the general fund, or this is from a grant, or something is not going to what? So it's general fund. When you CPI fund transfer, I kind of confused. I don't know what I mean.
General fund does fund
Correct.
the CIP fund. So if you want to say it that way, yes, there have been reserves in Fund 160 that is funding for this.
So the CPI fund is the fund basically is not from general fund, but it will transfer to general fund, so we spend on them.
It transfers from the general fund.
Got it. So still from general fund.
What is 160?
Okay. Huh?
What is Fund 160?
It's our capital project fund.
Huh?
It's our capital project fund.
Oh, how is that money generated?
It's from transfers from general fund.
It's general
Whatever
fund.
city council
No matter what, it's general fund.
approves for.
I got it. It's a CPR, it's a capital improvement. And then it's capital improvement, the money is coming from our general fund. So no matter how they say it, it's here from general fund. It's from our taxes and from our fee and the sales tax coming from. And, and that is going to pay for this. And, but you sure we okay to spend this money?
That is correct. There's a fund.
You okay? You okay? We don't have.
Mr. Mayor.
We won't go to deficit, right? Okay. Yes. Go ahead.
Just a question: by spending money here and not elsewhere, what are the projects that are sacrificed that we cannot spend money on if we spend money on this?
Yeah, that's what the
Right now, there is a fund balance for that. So we actually are going through the CIP project list right now, currently for the next fiscal year. And so at that point, if we need to defund this, but this has been a priority, and so it's been selected as a capital project fund at this point.
So, just for clarification, do you have an idea of what we will not fund because we end up funding this? Because the reason why I'm asking is so that we on council can see the broader context of the broader list of what you plan on funding, so that there might be other items on the CIP list that we might have as a higher priority in comparison to these cameras, as an example.
That's perfectly valid, and that is part of the workshop that we do with the different departments. They bring their priorities, and we discuss through that and see what could be funded through there. Of course, not everything gets selected. We always try to use other funding sources when possible, grants or other special revenue sources. But for this one or any other categories that don't fall into those buckets, then yes, it is based on a priority. And at this point, I believe.
So to reiterate, what are the projects that are rejected that we need? Yeah.
Sorry, it was a very specific question. We have the list.
we could share with you at some point. I don't know exactly what other projects it could have funded, but anything, it's $130,000 that you're taking from
General fund.
So, yes, there's a lot of a lot of projects that we could put this money towards. This was something that the council had prioritized, and that's why we're bringing it back before you this evening.
I want to follow through what Councilman Cantor questioned, because the worry, because we're going to a June budget, and section, and right now, if we spend this money, can we, because it's a priority, but it's just to feel like safety reason. But since the budget is coming up, I don't know, should we spend this money, and when we are trying to physical, responsibility, and is that because 100,000 over here, 100,000 over there, 100,000 over there, $1 million already. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and I'll just mention, I think this is a matter of public safety, not only for our police officers, our firefighters, for people who come visit City Hall. There is blind spots that the police department cannot view certain areas throughout the parking lot, throughout the hallways out there, throughout the community room out there, during the audience over there. Yes. One of our colleagues was a victim of a issue earlier when they attacked her. So I think this is essential for security at City Hall and our law enforcement.
Thank you so much. Chief, you want to elaborate about the...
Yes, I just wanted to... I did a presentation a couple months ago just about the exact amount of cameras and everything. I believe it was approximately 25 cameras, and what's going to be covered by this is the... CCTV coverage of the City Hall exterior, the City Hall parking lot, the interior of the council chambers. It also included installing access control to the council chambers to be in line with the rest of our City Hall facility and police department as well, and replacing 2 additional cameras outside of the police department that look over towards the parking lot area, and also maintenance to some of our existing cameras.
The question I have is who monitored all this video? And we have a company or ourselves?
The police department monitors it. Currently, our dispatch center has a live feed of it, as well as the watch commander's office, and usually the sergeants as well.
So basically, you have a 25 camera screen seeing all the area, and then you have a device is going to be going through for like 10 days or something, and we keep the record. Otherwise, they will recycle again, right?
We keep record for I believe 30 days at least.
30 days, yeah.
And that way, if some incident occurred, we can go back and capture the footage from it. Okay, it's already helped us with one of our police motorcycles. Was vandalized recently, and one of our new cameras was able to catch a suspect, and we were able to successfully prosecute him.
Okay, council member?
I know when I was talking to Chief Cortina, there was a reason why you guys had to use this company because of your infrastructure of camera systems, you said? You want to explain that?
This company's done all the work. They know all the wiring. They've done everything, in our police department, as well as I believe at the public works yard as well.
Any other council member want a question?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman, yes.
I really am supportive of this. I just don't have a sense of context regarding what the other projects are that were rejected. So that's the part that I worry about. Where is there a way? Can anyone just pull anything up and say, well, what the other general projects are? Because I really want to do this, but from a fiscal standpoint or for other, just want to make sure that we see the broader context of what the other projects were.
I think his question is, will we squeeze another project when we to do this? And then I want to follow his question is how important, on police point of view, to install this 25 camera, what is urgency and prioritize about the issue, so we need to spend this money.
Absolutely. I'm sorry.
If I can respond a little bit to that. So we do have a list of outstanding CIP projects that we would love to be able to take care of. Some are funded, and those are the ones that get approved through the budget process and we're able to address. Some we're able to identify additional funding like we were in this case. Can we use this money for another CIP project in the city? Yes. As I mentioned, though, this was something that was a priority from council, and that's why it's being brought before you. But I'm trying to pull up the list of CIP projects. It is in our current budget. So,
Chief,
I don't have a specific project that we're not doing because of this, though.
You know, I do believe for the interest of public safety, it is very important to have the footage as well as the live footage. But, you know, for example, we recently, unfortunately, had a homicide that occurred not too far from here, and the suspect ran through around our complex here, and we weren't able to capture any video footage because we just didn't have cameras in place. And then the other reason I think it would be a benefit to the city is liability reasons for any slip and fall type things or claims that occur on city property. At least we'd have video footage of it.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I actually had pushed for cameras a few years back. And, you know, there's things that has occurred out here that wasn't captured. We had residents who had a lawsuit, said something right there that occurred outside. Even happened to me outside here. So I've pushed for this. It is in one of my highest priority. A lot of our CIP projects have been completed, but I would like to move forward with this. It is a need, and
yes,
it's a public safety, so I'd like to move.
Yeah, we have a
motion.
first and second.
Oh, yeah.
And,
I was going to say second.
Yeah, I was like, I thought it was moved. I was like,
yeah, we did it.
I forgot you guys voted.
You're right.
I just cut it in, okay? I'm just trying to make sure the budget, and the city manager already promised us he's going to balance the budget. So in that way, I have no problem to approve this. Okay, roll call, please.
Thank you. I have a motion by Councilman Contos, a second by Councilmember Gutierrez to approve consideration of CCTVs at City Hall. Councilman Contos?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez Viado?
Aye.
Mayor Wu?
Aye, and approve 5-0. Okay, let's go to number 5, please. Number 5. Who
I think that's mine.
about service agreement for fire prevention?
Yeah, I just wanted, I guess Chief Brown will present on that.
Welcome, Chief.
Yeah, and my question is if you could just explain to us what this specific agreement is. I know I've heard a lot of concerns from business owners and community residents that the processing for permits to the fire administrative offices is extremely prolonged. And so I just want an explanation on this because there's concern from the community regarding the processing time for applicants.
Yes. So this process, what it is if we had full-time staff in place, they would be able to do plan checks in-house. We currently only have one full-time fire protection specialist. She's a new employee that isn't trained in plan checks. Even though it was one of our priorities in our hiring process, we didn't have any applicants that came through that were qualified in doing plan checks. We do have one part-time employee that can do plan checks. And what this process does, we have a long-standing relationship with both of these companies. One of them goes back to at least 2017. Both of these were approved in 2020 to be contractors so that if we don't have somebody in-house, we can contract out and try to keep these projects moving forward as quickly as possible.
Is there, and then I think is there another one coming to us, I think, for Fire 2 at the next meeting, or is this the only company doing it? I think there was another one, right?
2 companies for plan check services.
Yeah.
Under this one?
These are the 2 contracts for plan checks. We have other contracts that are coming up, but they're not related to plan checks.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's all my questions.
Any other question? Otherwise, I have a question. Okay, we have a company, but I think the complaint is very slow and taking forever. I don't know, Transtech, did you guys doing this kind of plan check?
We have to come up. So, yeah, the public.
No, it's a hypothetical. Hey, if you can do it, okay, and you will be better service.
Yeah.
And then you can, and then you might be higher score.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So yeah, exactly. yeah. So come to share with us. Can you guys do? Can you have ability? Go to Mike. Okay. Say if you have a possibility, since you're already in house. And maybe give us a slack cheaper. Okay, so budget issue. Okay, so in that way, and then we can have a better service at the same time, share some burden from the fire department.
We would absolutely look forward to working together to seeing how we can provide fire plan check services and inspections.
So you guys are capable to do it?
We are capable to do it. I don't know what the staffing level is, but absolutely we do have individuals that.
So you have staffing because you're a big engineer company. So, okay, thank you so much, Sir C. Okay, we possible potentially we can have a kind of in-house, okay, and to do the job rather than, so this is maybe a potential. Okay, go ahead.
And my next question is, I was going to say, I know these companies do specialized services. So I want to make sure, if there's opportunities to expand opportunities, even working with Melissa. I know there's certain requirements though, because when I did do research on these companies, they had like specific requirements that they do in plan checking for fire. But Melissa, is it the same thing that you guys do, or you want to?
Fire plan check and inspection is a specialty component of inspection. It's something that we do provide. We are also providing services to actually Indian reservations and casinos as part of our services. So we do that, and it's something we can evaluate and see.
So you want to make a motion to including to have a dedicated?
How do we? I mean, do we have to go for an RP, or how does that work?
City manager, okay. Should we?
Attorney.
Okay, because we are. Okay, so city attorney.
City attorney.
Yeah. So can we do this? Okay. Since this is something kind of okay, we have a big engineer company, and possibly can help us with this. Maybe better service and better budget for us. So Melissa look like very excited to help us. Am I right? Yes. See. So. Yeah, exactly. Because
if I can also add to this too, both of these companies, when we went to them to ask if they would renew their contract, neither of them upped their fees. They continued with their fees that were from 2020. And if this is approved, there's no minimum that we have to spend with them. It only has a maximum. So if it's approved tonight, we could still have these companies as well, and then you'd be open to look into Transtech as another company, and then at that point you could prioritize Transtech as being the company if that's what you.
So this is we're not necessary to hire them. We just approve potentially use them.
Not to exceed 40,000.
This is to approve being able to use them as consultants,
and then we can
for a term of 5 years.
The complaint is the service. Okay, slow this and that. Yes, go ahead. May I put it?
Thank you. I wanted to know. What would the turnaround be? Because currently I know I've had a recent business complain that they contacted the fire, they didn't come out, it was a big delay. And I understand not having a plan check staff. So.
It could be confusing on both parts because plan checks is different from their inspections. Plan checks is just the initial portion of them getting a project up and going. So with this company, they have 7 business days to get the plan checks back once they're submitted. And then if they're expedited fees, they're required to get it back within 48 hours. But I think most of the complaints that at least I've heard in the last 4 months are mostly on the inspection side, getting their fire sprinkler inspected, getting their elevators inspected, that type of stuff. So I think those complaints are more on the fire inspection side, not plan checks.
Do these Are they able to do the inspection as well?
This is only for plan checks. I mean, we could reach out to them to see if we wanted to contract out services for that. I think that's a separate discussion because, going with Mr. Gutierrez's thing, I think if we could hire people in-house, we'd have the ability to do it in-house and have more control over that. And we just need more bodies to be able to get out there and meet the inspection deadlines of what the council and what the community expects.
I want to follow through your question. Okay, so inspection is a contract out. It's not our in-house, right?
Inspections we do in-house.
So inspection is in-house.
That's what our one full-time inspector and our one part-time inspector are.
So inspection is, okay, and it's slow and this and take forever. Melissa, do you guys do inspection for fire?
We've asked.
I know. Do you guys do? I'm asking you a question. Can you do it?
We would have to continue looking for more resources to be able to.
So you guys can do it? Yes or no?
Yes, we are able to do it. Work together.
Yeah, it's a political. Yeah, she sort of want to be polite. Don't want to take your job away. Okay, I understand. Okay. Yeah, you're the chief. She cannot be the chief. I'm just for the inspection. Okay, because they're doing the building and safety. So why not going to another? Similar in the future, possible the full health inspection. This is all inspection. So all under one roof, and they have all the staff can do it. So this is something we're thinking about to improve the service because a lot of complaint is taking forever and the dragging is from the fire inspection. So hopefully we can improve. Am I right? Okay. Am I right?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah. I think what I heard from businesses is that how long is so when someone submits an application for review by the fire department for this review process, how long does it take before their documents reviewed? I think it's like 10 days, right?
It fluctuates back and forth depending on how many projects are coming in. It goes through highs and lows. When we had the Toyota project, obviously that was a big one that required a lot of work that gets put into that. So it really fluctuates. So to be able to say one project takes this time from the time they submit till the time they're done, because a lot of times too, there's delays on the contractor side as well. They think that they're ready for the inspection. We come out and do the initial inspection and they don't pass. Now the contractor has to go make those corrections and then schedule another inspection. So it's not just simply the fire department can't get the inspections done. There's a lot of things that go into that. Contractors not being ready past the initial inspection.
And so could these companies participate in an RFP process if we were to do an RFP process?
So this is a professional services agreement, so it doesn't require a RFP.
Oh yeah, I know. But if we were to because I hear that Transtech is also where did Melissa go?
It's right there.
So we have Melissa here too, who also indicated her company also has the capabilities of doing some of this work. So my only question is, I know it's a professional services agreement, but Paulina, can an RFP be done for professional services?
We can, if that's the direction that council wishes to do. I think the only concern is one of the contracts is up in June or July and the other one's up in September. So in order to avoid any delays with development, we'd want to retain them, at least have someone on.
What does the current contract say? Is it a month-by-month basis after it expires?
All right, where is that one?
Because this one says 5 years. I don't, but not to exceed 40,000 per year.
Okay.
And again, if this was approved today, there is no minimum that we have to spend with them. If we agreed with this, we could move forward with it. And then if council was to give other direction and, bring somebody else in with a different priority, it could be done without having to spend.
What happens if we were to do the problem is that I think it's the years on there, so it limits our ability to then do an RFP because then they'll have.
Understand. I think Chief's point is we approve this doesn't mean we have to use them because this is just $40,000, $20,000. Okay, and then so if Melissa can do better and better service, including inspection, so we can including her in. So we approve.
I'll
That's
make a
why your
motion.
suggestion, right?
Right.
Yes.
We would be able to enter into another.
Yeah. So we.
Okay, so I make a motion.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So I'll make a motion.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
My question, I know on the Exhibit A, the fee schedule, there's a plan check fee and then there's a field inspection fee. What exactly do they do with field inspection?
As far as what each individual is, there's a lot of different types of inspections. I wouldn't be able to tell you what the difference is between all the different inspections, but plan checks, that very top line, is the only one that we're talking about for this particular item today. All the other fees go into your inspection fees.
Do you have any question?
Because in an attachment, it's plan check and inspection services for the fire department. That's why I just wanted to clarify, because if this is just for the plan check, the attachment is also for the inspection. So I just wanted to get that clarification.
Are they doing inspection?
No, they're just doing the plan check.
They only do plan check.
Why does it say on their contract? Or is it?
That they read the contract.
I mean, I see it. It says,
Yeah.
it says City of West Covina's
Yeah,
professional
I
service
did.
agreement with,
that.
the company and plan check.
Can you include in your motion, Brian? Okay. Approve the project if you want.
Yeah.
Including the stack to look into another route.
Yeah, I was thinking of, does it have to be 40,000? My only concern is if we. Okay, I'll tell you what my motion is going to be, and I'll tell you my concern with it. My motion will be to approve this contract, and then at the same time issue out a professional services RFP for these services. Now, my only concern is when the city does this RFP process and they find a new agreement, a new contractor potentially, or if Melissa's selected, Transtech is selected, they will have two concurring contracts. And I guess it's your job to balance the budget, I guess, not to.
Yeah, it's really not to necessarily balance the budget. Obviously, one consulting firm has $40,000 cap, one has 20. It's really to balance the work so we can get these projects moving out in an efficient manner.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve the professional services agreements for fire prevention plan check services, and at the same time direct the city manager to issue out a professional services RFP for this specialty.
And city attorney, is that okay? Because it looks like we approved this, but at the same time we approve a contract, but we going to send RFP.
That's fine. As Chief Brown has said, they use They have numerous contracts that they can pick and choose from. There is no minimum requirement. It's just there. I'm assuming that if the RFP comes back and there's another one that the council likes or staff likes, they'd just be added to it. And let me add also that typically our PSAs all have termination clause, 15 days notice, with or without cause, you can terminate it.
Yeah, on your papers, they say fire prevention, plan check, and inspection service. So
That's what we're reviewing, and so that's why, if we're paying this consultant, and I know on fiscal impact, it says that it's passed through the applicant through plan check fees, and there's no fiscal impact on the general fund. But reading on the background, where did I see it? So that it can be, the general fund can be minimize the impact. Is general funds, we're paying the consultant though, right? Is there additional fees that we're paying them?
That's a good question.
Besides,
It's a combination of the plan check fees and the fire inspection fees that covers the cost of the consultants.
so the applicant 100% covers that. We're not paying these consultant additional fees.
It's with the revenue funds that come in associated with the plan checks and inspection fees that covers their cost.
It breaks even.
It brings in more revenue than it costs us.
Got it. Okay.
But why we need 40,000, 20,000?
Yeah, then what to not to exceed and
The max.
What we're budgeting for the contracts.
So we have a minimum
So
numbers.
if we use the vendor for 41,000, would have to come back and get approval to go above that 40,000.
And the reason it was at 40,000 is because if you look at 1920, 2021, and 23, 24, the 60,000 more than covers it. It was during COVID when everybody had money, they had nothing to do, they were spending on home improvement projects, and everybody was trying to do an ADU and large construction costs. Those are the only years where it didn't cover the cost, and if that was the case, we would have to come back to council to increase that number. And obviously, it would be worth it because we're bringing business in and we're bringing projects in that are bringing in the revenue to cover it as well.
And the fee go to the general fund, go to our city, or go to the go to police department, go to the fire department.
All those funds go back into the general fund.
Go to the general fund. Okay, so basically we approve this, but we don't have to use them. If Melissa with the inspector, better service, better price, then we can use them. Am I right?
And during that RFP process, we can reach out to both of these companies as well and see if they can meet the needs of the RFP.
Okay.
Okay, great.
You have motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
A second. Okay, roll call, please.
I have a motion by Councilman Gutierrez, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Lopez Viado for item number 5, consideration of professional service agreements for fire prevention plan check services. Councilman Contos?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez Viado?
Aye.
Mayor Wu?
I approve 5-0. And Transtech, please bid on it. Okay. Yeah, don't worry about the fire department. Worry about city.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and number 6, please.
West Coast Harbors.
This is tree. That's
I think that was mine.
It's you.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. So I want to know if you could go over for the public what these specific fees are. Also, is there a representative from West Coast Arborists here today?
Mayor and council members, this is an item regarding some additional costs that were incurred to.
I know, but I was asking, is there a representative from West Coast Arborists here today?
No.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, he is.
They were here.
Great.
You saved the day.
I was going to say, see?
Yeah,
Very
welcome.
important then.
Thank you. We have a lot of discussion. This is a
Yes.
jam-pack. Okay, and you can see we're serious about this. Yeah, go ahead.
Great. Yeah. Well, thank you for coming. And it just shows that your commitment on the importance of this issue for us. Yeah, I know. I think I was explaining that this is for past due bills. I think there's a little threshold the city managers put in there for future incidents before the contract expires. Also, can you also go over why some city trees are not cut to a higher percentage? I have seen trees cut to a higher percentage, I think 45% or 50%, and nothing. The tree did not die. And one of my concerns is, even moving forward, is if we're paying you a contract services, I want to make sure that we're cutting the tree good enough so you don't have to come back again to that same tree next year. So if you could explain some of that process and so forth.
Okay. So actually, I think your reasoning is backwards. The more you cut, the faster it grows, and the more maintenance needs to be done. The less you cut, obviously you want to take all the problem branches out, the dead, the low-hanging fir clearings, dead wood, any heavy ends. But it doesn't necessarily mean if you cut it harder, you're not going to have to come back more frequently. You're going to have to come back more. So the less you cut, the longer it lasts. So
yeah, I mean, I know there were some trees that the city authorized you guys to cut. I think it was maybe potentially, I forgot the percentage, maybe 45 or 55% at Orangewood Park, and those trees are not over. They're not super at a fast track of super growing. So I just want to see what options as a city we have to give direction that you cut these trees more deeper in, and also, is there a cost increase when you cut more on the tree and so forth?
We work with city staff, and if they require a little bit more, we'll do it at no cost. But if it's significant, yeah, there would be an additional cost. But for example, if we go out there and city inspector says, you know what, can you take a little bit more out, and it's going to take us an extra half hour or so on the tree, we just do it. But if it's something that we're going to spend another 2 or 3 hours really reducing it, which would be, we would probably recommend highly against that. But at every turn, they're your trees, and if that's what you want, we will apply that pruning practice. But we try to kind of steer you in the most proper way to trim the trees. But your trees, we'll trim them the way you want.
And what was your name, just for the record?
I'm Nick Alago. I'm the Vice President, Regional Manager.
Okay, great. Yeah. So I do know you guys do. I know there was a couple of times where you guys did come back out when Public Works told you to, when Raul contacted you. So thank you for doing that and for cutting those important these trees for our city. But that was my concern moving forward is the opportunity to cut trees more better and more, so we don't have to come back so often. But
yes, by all means, we can adjust the trim pattern to fit the for Rawls whatever he wants. So.
Okay, any other calls? Okay,
Mr. Mayor?
Sorry. Let's go Councilwoman first. Lady first.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi. I'm not quite sure where the figures came from, if they came from you or from staff, the amounts here. So I don't know who I would be asked.
If I may. They do. So the figures that were put together, are you referring to the figures in the staff report or in the attachment?
The staff report and also the attachment.
Okay. So the figures in the staff report were based on unpaid invoices. And these invoices were a result of the wind emergencies, the high-risk trees that needed to be removed, as well as the eucalyptus trees, so the bark beetle infestation. So that plus we were also requesting some additional in the event that there are some unforeseen events that could occur, so that way we don't have to come back to you prior to June. Obviously, if nothing happens, we're not going to use that. It'll just remain in fund balance. But that's where those figures came from. Now, the attachment that you're referring to, let me turn to that. So the schedule of compensation. So now, while the schedule of compensation does indicate or does spell out for year 2022, 2023, these are still the current rates. Okay. These are the rates that have not gone up. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but those are still the current rates. And this is what we've been billed with. We have staff compare them to invoices. I compared them to some recent invoices as well. So that is what that is.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so now, so I'm looking at the eucalyptus trees, and to date, there have been 110 out of 1,666 that have been identified and have been removed. So 110. So I was trying to do my calculations. 110, is that $98,727 the fee for those 110?
So again, this is broken down by the invoices. So the eucalyptus trees would have been spread across a number of invoices. So that's where both the Public Works Department as well as Finance went through those invoices and came up with these figures.
Okay. So now, because I was trying to reconcile them to these fees here.
Part of the issue too was the other thing that you have to look at too is that it's not just, the type of tree. It's also the size of the tree. Is that correct? It's the size of the tree, the location of the tree, because there may be other equipment that's involved in order to remove those trees safely. It's also the time. Is this something that took place within the schedule? Is it something that we're taking out outside of the schedule? Is this something that's done between a certain hour? So let's say there's an emergency situation. There's a different hourly rate that applies to that. So it's not just it's this much for a eucalyptus tree. It's more involved than just that.
So I'm assuming that the invoices indicate all that.
The invoices would indicate that, yes, and the public work, he's nodding his head yes too. And so the Public Works Department, there is staff there that they go through it, they compare it with Arbor Access. And Arbor Access is it's like GIS essentially. It's GIS. It identifies the trees, the type of trees, when they were taken down. And I'm sure if I'm missing something, you'll step in.
Yeah, it's our inventory program to where we document and store everything. All city staff has access to it. They use that system to manage your urban forest. In that process, whenever we trim a tree, it goes the date that we trimmed it, the species of the tree, the amount that was charged, why it was charged. Any specialty charges will be accounted there. For example, if there's a specialty piece of equipment like a 50-ton crane that needs to be brought in to pull a tree off of a slope, those would be additional charges, and those would be reflected on the invoice also.
And the who decides whether a tree is going to be cut and the stump not removed? How does that work?
Usually, all stumps are removed in city parkways. We recommend that on slopes that the stumps remain for erosion purposes. If you start taking the slope or the stumps off or out of the slope, it erodes the dirt, and you don't want that on a slope. So you leave the root structure intact to keep the slope intact. So, but anything in the parkway, we recommend that we grind the stumps and remove them completely.
Okay. I know I just have questions about, I just want to understand this. So like item number 19, it says tree and stump removal, 0-12 DSH. What does that mean?
That's a measurement range. It's 0 to 12 is 0 inches to 12 inches. And is it DSH?
DSH.
That's diameter at shoulder height. So that's where we measure the tree to get the diameter. And that on that record there, it was 0 to 12.
Okay. Yeah, I noticed you have tree and stump removals and tree and... Now I understand, though. Thank you for that explanation as far as on the slope, because I'm telling you right now, the LMD, I think it's 2, it looks horrible in that area because you just have a bunch of stumps and nothing replaced it. And it looks horrible. And I received some complaints about that, so I just wanted to know.
Eventually, and it takes time, those stumps they'll rot out and they'll go away and they'll petrify and they'll chip out. Yes, it's a little bit unsightly for a little while, but on the flip side, if we start pulling them out, then again, you erode the slope and you don't want slides and stuff in the rain and stuff. The root structure helps hold the slope intact.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. Thank you.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you so much. And Councilman?
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you. Nick, the West Coast Arborists, if I remember right, you guys did Woodgrove Park about a year plus ago. It is beautiful. I continue to get feedback from residents who come to me unsolicited and say that it's just like a canopy of trees. And now with the way it was all done there, the homeless are gone. It's beautiful. People are literally picnicking there with their children now, and before it was just awful. And you guys with the trees trimming and the way that you made that whole area there on the west side of Amar and Azusa is just beautiful. So I just want to say thank you. You guys have done a really great job, and residents are really happy with your work.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
thank you very much.
Yeah, but I think that's from Merchant, right?
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I got the...
No, they are not Merchant. They are tree trimming.
This is
okay, Merchant is the park cleaned by Merchant. Okay, it's our contract.
I thought it was the tree.
No.
You're talking about the tree.
No, overgrown vegetation.
Oh, okay, sorry.
We don't do the vegetation.
No,
we do the trees.
They are only deal with big tree. Okay, and the vegetation is done by Merchant. We approved the budget for $1.2 million for Merchant. Okay, they haven't finished the project.
Sorry, I stand corrected.
Yeah, no. I just want to let you know. I don't want to give them unneeded
Sorry.
There's different prevailing wages between the two.
It took it already. I haven't fallen asleep yet, so I know what's going on.
Sorry.
Okay, but hey, you got the credit for nothing. Okay, but it's okay. Take it. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Quick question. I know you maintain the trees, but are you also the ones who remove the trees completely, right? And yes, and if you remove the trees, aren't you supposed to replace it? Is that part of the contract? The staff could ask me.
That's entirely up to the city. We do provide that service. If we remove it, we have a wide range of trees to choose from. And I do believe we created a tree palette for West Covina. So each site has a specified species to replace whatever we remove. But that's entirely up to city staff and budget. I know throughout all our cities that we maintain, some cities under budget restraints and they can't replace as fast as they would like to. Ultimately, you'd like to replace 2 trees for every one that you remove. Our urban forest is slowly depleting throughout all cities, not just in West Covina, but everywhere. So we highly recommend to replace if budget allows.
Currently, it's not on contract right now.
I think it is.
'Cause I thought it was. Yeah. I thought it was in our contract. I'd like to verify.
It is, yes.
Yes.
And if it is, have you been replacing trees then?
To be honest with you, I would have to check the work records to see how much planting we have been doing. But if it's in the contract and city staff is administering that and ordering us to get it done, obviously we're doing it.
I would like to see that, please, to see if trees are being replaced and how that looks like. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Now my turn. Okay. And I remember before, okay, we have presentation from your company, okay, and you presented to us, that's back in 2017, okay, and
remember, it was right on that screen.
Oh my God! See, I told you I haven't fallen asleep yet. I know everything. Okay, 2017, you presented, okay, and talking about each tree. You identify each tree, okay, and what's the cycle to trim them, and you have the number, this and that. Okay, it's very impressive per your presentation, but I find out it kind of not really each tree identified. I don't know, possible some of the tree not belong to your jurisdiction. So because we see a lot of dead tree on the shadow oak, okay, we see some problematic tree on the hillside. So possible that is not your jurisdiction. So city manager maybe will share with us what is a shadow oak, that tree is your jurisdiction, or that is belong to, and IMD, okay, what this and that. So, but because when we see the fire hazard, big tree, okay, and that tree, we want to remove it ASAP because of fire hazard, especially right now, okay, and we don't want any property in danger. And another thing, the issue I have is we see a lot of tree grow on the street, the canopy. So why that thing never be trimmed back? Okay, so there's another issue. For example, like Cameron. Okay, you go to DMV, you see some of the street. Okay, the tree is coming out. Okay, and so there's a couple issue and the hillside. Okay, and then we're talking about the shadow oak area, the big tree, because you deal with the tree. Okay, and when you plant the tree, we don't want you plant eucalyptus tree again. Okay, please. Okay. Plant some tree, local tree, our California tree. I think this would be more desirable, especially potentially a fire retardant. Okay, than something that eucalyptus tree is like a torch. Okay, and palm tree that is a problem too. So how we plant the tree that will fit into avoid the potential fire hazard or they can issue wildfire. And since West Covina has a lot of hillside, so I think there's a couple of issues we want to address. So can you answer, how each of tree, especially city tree, along the Cameron, this is belong to their job, right? City manager?
West Coast Arborist does do the citywide tree trimming cycle. And then as emergencies arise, they also address those trees, which is what we're here for tonight, for those additional costs. But yes, they are the ones that are responsible for the citywide tree trimming cycle. It's a 5-year tree trimming cycle. Yeah, and on this $869,819, this is additional we have to pay them. It's in our, or this is what on the contract, and
if I may,
something we can have to pay them additionally.
If I may, the additional amount is not the 800 and what was the number? The additional, I'm sorry, it's in front of me. The additional amount was not the $819,000. That's the total compensation. So what we're asking for tonight is requesting an increase in the amount of $284,219. 206,000 of that, approximately 206,000 of that are the outstanding invoices that were based on these emergency responses. And then
Officer, would you please have audience? When they're talking, I cannot hear anything. Okay, it's right over there. Gentleman right there, please. Okay, so tonight we're now trying to approve the 869.
You're approving $284,219 is what you're approving. $206,685 is the outstanding invoices based on those emergency responses, the high-risk trees, the eucalyptus trees. And then staff is requesting an additional $77,533 to get us through the end of the fiscal year should any unforeseen circumstances arise. If no unforeseen circumstances arise, then that money will go back. We won't use that money, but that's what we're asking for tonight. So it's not 800. That's just the total compensation amount.
Got it. I think we have the stone. Okay, while the Windstone come to city, and we ask the FEMA to have
FEMA is a reimbursement grant first. So because we utilize the contract, because we have the contract with West Coast Arborists, we provide that information to FEMA. It goes through the FEMA process to make sure that it's qualified for those reimbursements.
Got it. So potentially we can get some money back.
Potentially you can get some money back. And to Councilmember Gutierrez's point earlier, we met with FEMA last week. We are starting a weekly meeting with them, so we will be clarifying those questions that you have, because the information that was provided in the city manager's report or the information that our project manager and the team from FEMA and Cal OES provided to us.
So we try to approve tonight is how much?
$284,219.
That's for the tree, fall down, then we have to remove them, right?
For the high risk, the windstorm, and the eucalyptus trees.
Okay, got it. Thank you so much. Mayor Pro Tem?
I have a question. So I know on the report says the city's actively removing declining eucalyptus trees that have been severely impacted by bark beetle infestation. It's a statewide issue in California. Since this is a statewide issue, is the state providing any financial assistance or anything to help with this mitigation?
I'm gonna look to you. I mean, we can definitely reach out to the state.
I can check for you.
Yeah.
There's a lot of grant opportunities off the top of my head right now, but I could get back to you and give it to staff.
And
opportunities.
You mentioned the grant, and I really would like for you to look into these grants on a state level. I know the trees have many beneficials. We used to be able to provide trees to the community. I don't see any of that, and we want to plant more trees in the city. So if you can look for, in regards to the state grants and regarding these mitigation and for the removal of trees, and any grants to provide our residents additional trees, and including in our city. So those, and any other grants that are there in reference to trees. Thank you.
I'll get that information over to staff.
Any other city council member? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's a great question. Councilwoman Lopez Villado mentioned, because I think Monterey County got a $1 million grant program as part of the state's budget, and additionally a $4.65 million FEMA grant for thinning trees, mostly eucalyptus trees, it says. So
that's valuable information to know. So if it was incorporated part of state budget, are you, I don't know, council member, I don't mean to put you on the spot, just out of curiosity, did they work with one of their local legislatures to do that? Does it say?
Very likely, and it also said it was through FEMA as well. It was mitigation costs.
So we'll work with FEMA on our end, since we're working with them. We're meeting with them once a week to bring up that information. And then we'll also reach out to our local legislatures to see what opportunities are available, coupled with any information that West Coast Arborists can find as well.
Yeah.
So we appreciate the information.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Oh, I have one more question.
Go ahead.
And your contract, when does their contract expire? Roxanne?
The contract term is June 30th of this year.
June 30th?
June 30th.
It's coming up.
Yeah. And then when is the RFP process initiating online?
So staff is in the works of preparing that RFP based on the recommendation that you had made via Your Mother May I. So we'll follow up. We'll make sure that they're still on track. And if there's anything that needs to be communicated back to you as far as the timing is concerned, we'll absolutely let, through the city manager, inform the city council.
And then, so you foresee the $70,000, let's see, where is it at? somewhere. But the $77,000 is that for 2 month, a 2 month period, or
That's for the end of the fiscal year. Just
June?
If there's any unforeseen circumstances that arise that we don't have to come back to you. I mean, we certainly can. But that's what the thought process was behind that. If there isn't anything that comes up, we're not going to be utilizing that $77,000.
so do you think more realistically for the end of fiscal year, which is June, when you say $50,000 is more realistic?
It's hard to say, and this is why, because it goes back to if something needs to be removed right away, it comes down to the size of the tree, it comes down to the location of the tree, it comes down to the time of day.
And my only concern was when, Councilwoman Letty Lopez Viado mentioned something very important, and that was in our contract terms, it says that West Coast Arborist is to replant trees, create a tree, kind of like a tree reserve. But until this date, we have never gotten statistics on how many trees they have given our city.
We can work with both West Coast, through the city manager, we'll work with the Public Works Department and West Coast Arborists to get those statistics for you and just to find out what has been happening as far as that contract provision is concerned. I think Arbor Access is a great tool. That's something that we can take a look at that will give us a good idea of what the inventory looks like and what replacements have, if any, have been made. But we'll be able to report that back to you.
So would it be realistically okay if I was to make a motion to approve this payment with the exception of lowering the $77,000 to $50,000, and then by no later than the end of May, by the second meeting of May, you present to this city council the statistics on the tree planting, and then we could, if more money is needed at that time, then we could vote to increase it to the 77 or the difference.
Okay, I kind of understand what you're saying, because we should, how much we owe them. Okay,
We owe them
we should separate with because their contract up to what, June 30th, right?
Correct.
Okay, so meaning it's only 2 months. Okay, 2.5 months.
Correct.
So in that way, they maybe get picked again, and maybe they don't. Okay, we don't know. Okay, so how much we owe them, and is that legit? And then we approve that, and then the anything about future this and that. Okay, the estimation we don't know. They will be the company doing our tree, right? I think this is what you're talking about, right?
I think more of what, yes, we can, yes, I understand what the
should separate two because the contract up June 30th.
Well,
and how much we owe them, we should go first. Okay, and that is legit. Yeah, and then we pay them first on that, and vote on that, and then we vote on supposedly, and then we can
come back to you.
Excuse me, we can bring back any time if we did. We just increase if they have any issue, this and that.
Bring it back to you. I'm going to look to the city attorney for direction. Just make sure that's
that would be fine. And again, I think Assistant City Manager Roxanne Lemmer said that if that money, additional money that you grant tonight or approve tonight, is not spent, it goes back.
You can come back to us.
It can come back to you as well. Either way is fine.
We need to approve is. Do we owe them the money? And if we owe them the money, then we have to pay.
Correct.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
It seems that it could be just arbitrary with going from 77 down to 50. Can we just leave that to staff to determine, and it's just easier where we'll for sure we need to pay the outstanding bill, but if we were to just leave it at 77,000, if they don't need to spend it, then we just don't spend it.
The problem is they're spending and they're not giving us the trees, and they're taking out trees. I think you complain about trees being taken out from your hill, but by the hills over there in general, but the BKK area. And Councilwoman Lopez Viado mentioned something very important, and that's the contract term. And the contract term says they're supposed to give us trees for free back, and I don't think that's happening.
We'll revisit the contract to make sure that we audit is essentially what you're asking for, and we'll take a look at what those trends have been.
Okay, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. why not just approve what we owe them and then say zero to any additional?
We could
I'll second that.
definitely do that.
I mean, you're gonna come back anyway.
Yeah,
second it.
so you move the motion?
Yeah, I'll move the motion.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call, please. So how much is this?
So the total due to West Coast Arborists, all right, I'm looking at you, $206,685.80.
And that's legit, right? That's what the real money we owe you?
Those are the invoices.
Of course you say yes.
That's it.
Yeah.
All right.
And we're done with the scheduled work for this year. So anything that's ordered would be on an emergency basis. So
Okay. Got it. Yeah.
yes, absolutely.
Let's pay on
I'm talking about the scheduled trimming and removals.
Yeah.
I'll get back to you on the planting.
Hey, we still together, okay? Just June 30th, we just have to RFP, that's it. And then if you come out still the best, then you still get picked. Okay, but thank you so much. And roll call, please.
A motion by Councilwoman Diaz, a second by Councilmember Gutierrez to approve item number 6, consideration of increasing annual compensation for agreement with West Coast Arborists, Inc. for citywide tree maintenance services for fiscal year 2024-25 and is to pay the outstanding balance only. Councilmember Contos?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez Viado?
Aye.
Mayor Wu?
All right, thank you so much, West Coast. Okay, thank you. So we don't owe you any money anymore. Okay, thank you. Okay, and then let's go to the agenda number 7. Okay, and that is our anchor show tonight. It's a public hearing, right? Okay. Oh, damn it! I have to read this. Okay, public hearing. Okay, item number 7, West Covina Medical Center, consideration of mitigated, negative, declaration, precise plan number 23-05, conditional use permit number 23-04, and variance number 24-02. And this matter set for public hearing consists of a request of approval of a mitigated negative declaration of environmental impact, precise plan number 23-05, conditional use permit number 23-04, and variance number 24-02 for construction consists of a 4-story, 42,000 square foot, 71 bed, and psychiatric behavioral health facility additional to the existing West Covina Medical Center building with a 17.9 parking space deficiency at 725/741 South Orange Avenue, where the city clerk verified the proper legal notification has been given.
Proper legal notice has been given, Mayor.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, I shall open the public hearing. There have will first be the presentation of the staff report. Then we shall hear from those in favor, then those opposed. Finally, the applicant will have an opportunity to give the rebuttal to any testimony received in opposition. Okay, City Manager who will present this staff report?
Good evening. Joanne Burns, Deputy Director for Community Development, will be providing the...
Go ahead, please.
Okay, I'll go ahead and start off with a bit of background. This item was first reviewed by the Planning Commission on February 11th. At the time, the Planning Commission approved the project and added conditions to the staff recommendations requiring additional parking lot landscaping and the variance in CUP to be brought back in 2 years for compliance. The City Council called up the Planning Commission's approval with direction to increase the notification radius to 100 feet from the parking lot across Cameron Avenue and Orange, and indicated that they had concerns regarding the need for more public notice and more public participation, obtained further information on certain operational plans, and regarding parking, traffic, pedestrian safety. The site is located northeast of South Orange Avenue and west of Cameron Avenue intersection, south of the interstate freeway. The majority of the parking spaces for the site is provided across Cameron Avenue on Orange Avenue parking lot. 132 parking spaces is being provided on this site. This site is owned by the West Covina Medical Center ownership. These are photographs of the abutting neighbors. The parking lot across Cameron, again owned by West Covina Medical Center ownership. The floor and decor and office buildings across Cameron. This is the site plan for the project. The addition will be located east of the site, east of the existing building, right along here. And it is a 4-story, 42,000 square foot hospital addition, psychiatric hospital addition with 71 beds. The existing facility currently has 46 beds at the moment. A total of 5 parking spaces on site are existing. Because of the addition, the majority of these parking spaces will be removed and 18 parking spaces will remain. A total of 150 off-site parking spaces will be provided, which is a 79 parking space deficiency from the required 229 parking spaces. The arrows on the site, the green arrow shows the circulation of vehicles on the property. They will come in through the Orange Avenue driveway, the patient drop-off driveway area, and then can go through the back with more parking spaces. And this is the fire, engine turnaround area. And there's 2 more parking spaces in the rear for a total of 18 parking spaces on site. That's the addition, and that is the circulation on site. At the rear, there is the ambulance, parking, loading, drop-off area. On the projector are the elevations pertaining to the area that is viewed from the city streets along Orange and Cameron, which are the southwest and southeast elevations. The proposed addition is designed to complement the existing medical office building. The exterior finish is stucco and white cream colored with gray and light yellow stucco plaster with metallic trim. Here is the proposed floor plan. The first floor will have the medical generator room, ambulance bay loading area, receiving areas, elevator, lobby, staff offices, kitchen, and fire pump riser room, and the stairs. I'm only going to show the second. This is basically a second floor plan. The second, third, and fourth floor plans are almost identical. They will all have 12 patient rooms per floor, exam rooms, nurses, nursing station, dining area, and offices, and utility room, stairs, and elevator. The only difference between the floor plan is on the third floor. There is an outdoor space on the east side of the building, which is this triangle area that's highlighted. And on the fourth floor, there is an outdoor space on the west side of the building, just south of the elevator area. The city police department, fire department, and health department conducted the reviews that the city council had directed each of the departments to review. The police chief, Chief Tony Cortina, and also Fire Chief Brown is available. They will be able to go over the the police department and the fire department reviews. Chief Cortina and Chief Brown.
Yep, go ahead.
So our police staff contacted the medical center, and our concerns are related to the self-direct patients, which would be upon completion of treatment, they'd be permitted to be discharged out of the building in West Covina from the facility, regardless of where they arrive from. And it was explained that a self-direct patient would exhibit mental stability enough to be deemed able to care for themselves and eligible for voluntary release. Upon release, these patients would be offered services such as transportation, housing vouchers offered through the county, but would not be required to accept them. West Covina Medical Center staff said they would also try to have a family member pick up the patient upon release of their facility. The staff also believe that the patients that would fall within this would be somewhere between 10 to 20% of the patients treated at their facility. Our concern is if patients are released out in our community and they aren't from other areas, the resource drain or added resources needed from the police department to assist these people, or how it would affect the community as well, because there's a lot of residences in the near vicinity. The other concern is that there's a mention of maybe 10 beds available for West Covina residents. Well, my understanding is anyone that's in a hospital setting in West Covina, for example, Queen of the Valley, would be considered a West Covina resident at that point. So it's not like just police department would be able to drive straight there. It would also require the police department to have an okay to book prior to bringing anybody to that facility. Whereas we already can just bring them directly to Queen of the Valley Hospital or Intercommunity or Parkside without having to transport them to any other secondary locations. So to us, that is not a benefit.
Thank you, Chief. And the Fire Chief?
So from the fire department standpoint, our biggest concerns are the ability for any acute medical issues that happen while they're in their facility, whether they're able to handle those or not. If we had to respond into the hospital because somebody was having a different issue, heart attack, respiratory issue, unrelated to what they're in the psychiatric facility for, would be an impact on us. Any additional calls for service takes away the ability of our ambulances to respond to other calls within the city. This facility will be located in Fire Station 1's district, which is already our busiest fire station.
Very busy.
They currently handle about 29 to 30% of calls for service in the city, which is already strained for that particular resource. So it would cause any other calls for service would be another impact, and potentially, have to draw other ambulances in from other areas of the city that would create an impact. The other issues that are a concern is once they leave this facility, where do they go? Do they become citizens of West Covina? Do they stay here in West Covina? I know the group says that they try to get the people back to where they belong, but some of those people during our meeting said they're handed vouchers to get back to where they are, but there's really, once they walk out the door, there's no control of where those patients would be. So any people that didn't return to their original place where they were housed prior to being in this facility potentially would now create even more calls within our city, and from a police standpoint, potentially cause undue safety concerns for the citizens as well. Those are our biggest concerns from the fire department standpoint, is increased calls for services in our already busiest district in the city, and taking away our ambulance that may have to sit on the wall at Queen of the Valley Hospital while this patient's being treated that came in from somewhere outside of West Covina.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate. Okay, Joanne, you want to continue? Or are you done?
Yes. So in short, it appears that there is some type of discrepancy between what was relayed to, what appears to have been relayed to the police department and fire department than what was included in the operations plan, which states that patients are never discharged from the hospital to the street, which leads to the health department review, in which they stated the health department or the health West Covina Health stated that further review of the discharge protocol is needed. And other items to consider, since the City Council has expressed concerns regarding traffic and pedestrian safety, we obtained the collision data for collisions that occurred within 250 feet of the intersection of Orange and Cameron Avenue from January 2020 to December 2025, and found that there have been 11 accidents reported within the 5-year time frame on the site, which would in turn, since the majority of the parking spaces or off-site parking for the site would be provided across the street where from the hospital, there is a concern there that it would increase the amount of pedestrian traffic that is crossing the street. Additional requirements that are going to be required if it is approved: the art in public places, which equals 1% of the construction value, development impact fees, and the West Covina Medical Center has offered the city 10 beds per day. With that, staff is making a neutral recommendation to open the public hearing and either approve the West Covina Medical Center according to the Planning Commission's approval, or uphold the Planning Commission's approval with additional conditions, or overturn the Planning Commission's approval and deny the project. Both approval and denial resolutions have been provided in the City Council packet. And also, the City Clerk has received a letter from a resident that was forwarded to the City Council prior to the meeting, and was also given a copy to the applicant.
There's also a copy of the email on the dais for you, in addition to the emailed version.
Okay. And anything else?
That concludes the staff presentation. I'm available to answer any questions.
Okay, City Council, any question? Okay, who want to go first? Go ahead. Now everybody quiet. Yeah. Okay, Brian, go ahead.
I actually have questions for the applicant. Is the applicant gonna come up?
Yes, the applicant is here.
You can open the.
Mr. Mayor,
have to open.
let's have questions for staff now.
It's for staff.
Oh, it's just for staff now. Okay.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
We have to go to staff first, and then we go to you. Thank
Great.
you.
And
okay, go ahead.
We had just to confirm, we had West Covina Police Department, West Covina Fire Department, and West Covina Health all conduct independent studies, right?
That's correct. They prepared independent reports.
Okay, great. And how many residents were notified of this project?
I don't have the exact number, but if I remember correctly, over 300 residents were notified, or addresses were sent public hearing notices.
Okay, great. That's all my questions.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem?
To follow up on Councilman Gutierrez's question, what was the diameter of the target residence? Is it 500, 1,000?
1,000 feet from the Orange Avenue parking lot. And in addition, public hearing notices were also posted on site.
And not just the residents, but also the businesses around. They were notified.
Businesses around. Not as far as residences are concerned, it's property owners were notified.
Just property owners, not
property. The code requires 100 feet notification for property owners of properties within 1,000 feet. Sorry.
Can you repeat it? Repeat it again?
I mean, like, you know, in a complex, it's one property owner, but within that, there's probably like 10 businesses inside or 20 or more. So we don't even know that the property owner informed the businesses, and the businesses are as equally important as our residents.
I think the requirement is 1,000 feet.
Yeah.
Yes, the council required to increase the notification radius to 1,000 feet. In its per the code requirements, which is only property owners.
Okay. Council member.
What do you define as a property owner? You mean it's sent to all is it sent to anything within 1,000 feet radius, or is it just sent to
the owner?
Owners of properties that are owners of properties, and those owners have addresses that where they basically get their tax their taxes sent, because we get the mailing label preparers get the property address information from the tax assessor's office.
Okay, so does that include residential and commercial?
It's both residential and commercial, yes.
Okay, so I guess so then for commercial property owners are notified if they're within 1,000 feet of that notification?
That's correct.
Okay. And did we get any did you receive any feedback from commercial businesses?
I did not.
Okay. All right. That would have been, I guess, at least a question. But okay, thank you.
Okay. And any other council member have a question for staff? Go ahead. Okay, Councilman.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask the chief, did when preparing the report, did the respondents provide any indication of what the chances are of people with mental health conditions not taking their medication even after they're stabilized, and let's say they're stable then, but then they later don't take their medication because they think they're better, and then they're on, I mean, can you provide further detail just about the context of that? Because I'm just curious about the information gathering that you engaged in.
Okay, we have police chief and fire chief come down to answer your question. Yeah, go ahead.
The information that we were provided was that a self-direct patient would exhibit mental stability enough to be deemed able to care for themselves and eligible for voluntary release. And I think any further questions as far as more of the medical side of it would probably have to come strictly from the personnel.
Thank you.
Any addition on that?
Okay, and so
no, I don't. There's really nothing else. It's I don't even know that they can say once they release a patient out of their care whether they're compliant or not. They may have statistics on their patients that get readmitted, possibly, but that would be up to them.
So the question. The community impact, and that's what the concern we have. So that's why we pull to City Council to have a public hearing to see what's the pro and con. And that's why we need to, make sure, the resident understand, and we have to check in everything, make sure this development not going to harm our resident in the neighborhood. Yeah. So the 20%. Discharge, they will potentially roaming on our street.
Our concern is that potential, yes, 100%.
And without the medication.
And then, again, you made a great point that if they don't go back to where they came from, there is the possibility that they're also not compliant with their meds, which adds another increased level of concern for the city.
Yeah, because it sounds like they, from the county, and they bring them to this facility, and potentially they run out of money or this and that, and they 20%, they potentially will be discharged.
Yep.
Am I right? And then they have no place to go but our neighborhood. And the problem I have is this is so close to residential neighborhood. Now, I have no problem with psychiatric hospital. I think there's a great facility to help people, but it's not the right location, okay? And there's concern because one block is all residential, and the people and of this potentially 20% people will walk in the neighborhood. And what is the protection for them? So I think there's a concern. I think I read your report. I think the same concern you have. And I think that you just showed about the impact, and maybe you will strengthen our public safety resource.
Yeah, and the other concern is, you bring more population into a facility like that. You're bringing not only staff to the facility, but you're increasing your traffic in that area, which we have a bunch of crosswalks in that area. So, potential for more traffic accidents, pedestrian-involved traffic accidents increases with the amount of population that's coming in.
Yeah, the concern I have because they need to use this variant, because they don't enough have a parking space. They have to go cross street, and then you have a 10 freeway exit, and that quotas are coming down. And I went to check. They said no stop sign, nothing. And and people going out on exit potentially is going to be, and if at night time and the people walk on the cross from the parking lot, this and that, somebody will be hit. So I just when I read it, I see it. They need a bridge or something, but otherwise it's automatic. That is concern about traffic. And about exit of the 10 freeway, and plus the walkway. Because you have most of a parking lot, parking is in the cross street. So, and I even went inside the hospital, make a route. I don't think they have any parking space in the future after they built. So they will rely on the old cross street. So this is another issue I have is parking space. And of course 20%, there's a major impact for the neighborhood. So, and any other council? Go ahead, fine.
Yeah, and just to echo what Mayor Wu stated, again, I as Rao support mental health services in general, but to put a psychiatric facility in the middle of, and because I am elected by the people of District 1, technically in the middle of District 1, I think without getting the residents' feedback and based upon the residents I've spoken to and who have called me, I think the work you did in your studies were instrumental, and it also proves the point that there is a potential for negative impact to our community and a strain on public resources. Our ambulance services, our firefighters, our police services, and just
Mr. Mayor,
this is time for questions.
Yes.
And let's have the applicant speak. Let's take public testimony. Let's close that, and then we can deliberate.
I'm not deliberating. I'm making a statement, City Attorney. So let me talk. No one's asking you.
Now's the time for questions.
Okay, good for you. I'm making a statement, then I'm going to talk, and then I'm going to ask the question for city staff. You don't represent District 1. I do.
But Brian,
no, I know. Okay, let's go. So, anyways, anyways, I'm stating a fact, and then my question is, on behalf of my residents, is so you conclude that it will put a burden on public resources, right?
There's definitely the potential for it. It's hard to actually quantify it, but it does increase potential all the way around.
Okay, thank you. And as a council member, I have the right to make a statement before I ask a question, Tom. So.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And if no question for the staff, and it's time for the applicant, or we won't open up for the favors of this, which one we go first?
Applicant.
Okay, thank you. And then the applicant come up. And so we can, maybe we just, come up, please. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience. And I think you can heard about the concern, the impact, and the question we asked the staff. So maybe you can answer regarding the traffic concern and regarding the 20% discharge and this and that. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having us, Honorable Council, and to the residents of West Covina. My name is William Nelson. I'm the applicant. I'm the CEO of West Covina Medical Center. We've been there 10 years, and what we've done there is we have operated it for 10 years under a psych umbrella, if you will. We also have had 40 to 50 psych patients coming in on a daily basis for 10 years. We are very discreet. We are very careful. We don't have situations of elopements, whatever. In fact, when I spoke with the captain, he wasn't aware that we even had these programs, which we've had. So we are. Was somebody saying something?
Yeah, excuse me. Would you please let us do our hearing? Okay, if you want to have a conversation, please go outside. Thank you. Okay, continue, please.
So I was saying that at the hospital that we have now, 13 of the beds that are there, that are general hospital beds, are occupied or were occupied by psych patients. Now, among psych patients, what's not understood generally is you don't have one diagnosis, you have two. Psych patients tend to have comorbidities. They have COPD, they have diabetes, they have all sorts of stuff. So when they come in, their primary diagnosis may be psych, but they also have medical issues that have to be treated. We do that. We treat both. And although the hospital is not a locked facility, or wasn't, we contain those people, and our staff are very, very good. These are not fly-by-night people that just come in, and these people can just do whatever they want. They're professionals, they're licensed, and the staff that have been with us much longer than 10 years. We've been doing this a long time. Pardon my hoarse voice, it's getting late. So it's important to understand that we know how to do this and we do it well. The community concerns, I get it. I completely get it. Nobody likes the idea of a psych hospital. But I can assure the council of one thing. There will not be elopements. There will not be people coming up from the street. We don't admit anyone off the street. They come from a network. We are involved in a network of skilled nursing facilities. They like our operations, they follow us, and these psych facilities, and something I do want to sidetrack on nursing homes that most people don't understand is most nursing homes today are psych. They may not have that in their title, but the days of the traditional old person in a wheelchair, that for the most part doesn't exist. These people are dual diagnosis, have health issues, and emotional issues. It's a big area. These people have to go somewhere. And when they go through the system, these people, these individuals, tend to get lost and moved around. And what happens is the continuity of care, and that's a big concern of the government, is the maintaining of continuity of care. What that means is the doctor following the patient from the nursing home to the hospital, to the psych hospital, and back again. That's the rotation. That means that the same doctor follows that patient, knows the patient well, and that's a problem for most places. This is what we're trying to remedy. The nursing homes that refer to us or will refer if we do this, all go back. They do not go, and it's possible that they can be self-direct. I understand. It's possible that there can be a potential burden on 911 calls, but that doesn't happen with us. There are exceptions to anything, but I can tell you this. We also run a facility identical to what we're going to put in Rosemead. It's 118 beds larger. We do not have elopements. We do not have problems with the neighbors. We do not have any kind of problems. It's called Ingleside. It's part of our operation. This is what we're going to do. So again, these patients come through hospitals that can't treat them because they're mental health issues. So they're discharged, and they also, this is important to understand, they don't come by ambulance. There's not an ambulance screaming down the street coming in at different times of the night. And the same thing goes with police. These patients are transported by medical transport. They look like ambulances, but they don't have sirens. They come in. They have two individuals. They bring the patient in, come into the ambulance area. They don't come in through the reception, as it appears on the drawing. Those are governmental requirements. They come in through the back. It's very discreet. That's where our staff meets them and admits them, and they are treated. And although patients have a right to not take their medications, and let me tell you, after having done this for 27 years, the medications today are very good if they take them. And most cases, as you all know, these patients decomp because they get off their medication. They stop taking them. Our purpose is to restabilize them. Then they're treated. Very good programs we have. They go through a series of steps before they graduate, if you will. Then they go to a lower level of care. They don't go out to the street. That just doesn't happen. And I understand the fears and the concerns in the community, but that's not going to be an issue here if this gets built. Sorry, but I've heard these kinds of things for years, these fears. These patients go back to where they came. We cannot stay in business if we are losing patients on the street. We just can't do it. Our relationships in our marketing comes from institutional care that like us, they see improvements, and they get their patients back. And then the families are happy, the doctors are happy, and unfortunately, the type of patients these are, they're recurring. They decomp again, even when they're taking medications in a nursing home setting. There are all sorts of different things.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Am I going too long?
Yeah, it'll be too long.
Yeah, it's been late and
I understand.
I apologize.
I know. We heard about your explanation.
Thank you.
I think we get the full pictures. But no, not yet. We have more questions for you. Okay, and council member, go ahead.
Yeah, my question is, you stated that you never have patients being released into the street.
Rarely. Pardon me. I correct myself. Rarely.
So rarely. Okay.
Rarely. Yeah, no, we do not discharge to the street. We don't do that. They have to go back where they came from. If they don't have a place to go to, we pay for it. We place them in a nursing home, wherever it happens to be, and there's a step-down system. They go 20 days in a nursing home, then to an assisted living, board and care, and then and many of them come from home, actually, that are.
Because I think city staff was reporting that I think on the application you indicated they will not be released, but then I believe police were told that they are going to be released in the street, a percentage.
Ours do not. We do not release to the street. Not in our model. It just doesn't happen. We've done this for 7 years. We've done the psych nursing home things. We have a network of them. They don't. They have to say. And let me say this: the system is very regulated. It's for facilities to discharge to the street, that they're asking for trouble. You cannot do that. You have to follow that patient and make sure that they go back to where they came. And those are good things. They go to different levels of care because they just don't overnight get better. They have to be monitored. They have to be followed through on. And the thing we have to offer is it's the same psychiatrists, the same doctors that know those patients, and the family members that are in our system that like us, and we have.
Got it. Okay.
Councilman, my name is Vicky Rollins. Good evening, and I'm a psychiatric nurse, and I can honestly say that a lot of acute psychiatric hospitals have that kind of appearance in the community because they are purely psychiatric hospital. We are not. We still have the medical surgical component of the hospital. We don't only do psych, we also treat other medical ailments like your diabetes, your hypertension, your heart problems.
Yeah.
We do have a doctor in-house 24 hours.
Yeah. And then you mentioned you have other facilities as well?
That's correct.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And has there ever been any issues at those facilities?
No, sir. In fact, our 118 bed psych hospital, psych unit in Rosemead is in the heart of houses, residential houses.
Yeah, correct. And there are no issues with the neighbors. Now, we're part.
That's all my questions for now.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I know you say no issues, but we don't have the report, like, for example, Rosemead Police Report, to just see what the surrounding area is. So that would be something I would like to consider. Trust but verify. The issue is not going in. It's the going out and the discharge. I know you provide all these wonderful things, which, great, thank you, but the question is, you can't hold a patient against their will. So if they would like to go out, if they would like to, you know what I mean? So, and then does this also apply to the 5150? Is this one of the sites that when PD anywhere decides to, they have a 5151 hold, is this one of the sites that they're going to for this?
Yeah. So we are actually LPS designated facility. And yes.
Can you explain?
It's the Lanterman Petrus Short Act that lays down the fundamental legal work for involuntary psychiatric treatment and to do conservatorships for those who are mentally challenged to make their own healthcare decisions. The type of patients, Councilwoman, that you're talking about are not typically the type of patients that we do take care of. As I have said, we are not purely psych hospital. We also do the medical component of the hospital.
I understand, but my focus right now, as well as the resident, is a psychiatric component. And that's the one we needed the clear clarification. I personally have been in a psychiatric, not me being in there, but I had visited.
I remember from the first meeting.
And I'm speaking on behalf because we do have one resident here that I've worked with who was homeless, who had to go through that, and I visited him in the psychiatric in LA, and he's shared certain things, and the discharge, he was actually discharged like in Long Beach, and I know now he's back with us in the city with the care, but again, my question is a discharge. My focus is a psychiatric component, and the questions that I have in regards to like the 5150 and how long are they able to stay there? I mean, if they wanted to be permanent residents in that facility, where do you draw the line? This is kind of reminds me back to the issue that we've had when they brought up like the homeless shelter to be brought in here. And one of the questions that they can never answer is that discharge. And I personally don't like to hear it depends. And I know you mentioned, like, I know Councilman Gutierrez had mentioned, because you said never, but it's not never. And then you changed it to rarely. Well, what is the percentage of rarely? So I need these clarifications.
Never, because, I have to say rarely because somewhere that may have happened. But if it does, I don't have much of a memory of it. One thing that's important, and this is a subjective explanation, that you're only as good as the staff that work for you. And if you have staff, and I don't know which hospital you went to, but if you have staff that really don't care, they're just punching in and going home, then you don't have the oversight and the encouragement that competent people have.
I don't go by staff. Staff people are people, and they fluctuate, and that depends. And the city doesn't have control of your staff. You could have staff great one year, following year, it changes. So mine is the rules, the procedure, and the requirement. So that's my focus.
Yeah, Councilwoman, the procedure is, we do not discharge a patient unless they are deemed by the interdisciplinary team, which consists of your psychiatrists, your psychologists, your social workers, your discharge planners, your case managers, and the nurses. If the patient is deemed safe to discharge, then that's when the patient is discharged to whatever the designated destination is, whether it's a skilled nursing facility, an assisted living, residential care for the elderly, transitional care, because we do have a county contract, and they do have a lot of transitional care facilities that take the patients after they are hospitalized.
And with that, what your comment that you made, because I remember right after COVID, we've had some issues on the streets. Our PD had to send, residents would call, there's, a person out here who's not mentally stable, all that. Our officers, do their preliminary and decide whether they need to take them. So then they do take them. And then normally that 5150 is supposed to be a 72-hour hold.
Correct.
We were getting a lot where they were releasing them the next day because residents says, well, they didn't do anything, but
Councilwoman, I think you're referring to the emergency room departments. We don't have any EDs, so that would not apply to us. I am a nurse and I know how the EDs work. Yes, in the emergency room, they were just releasing them out because of the influx of the patients in the EDs.
But if you have an influx at your facility, how does that work?
We cannot have an influx, number one, because we're licensed at capacity. If your capacity is only 70, you can't really add more or operate above and beyond, your approved licensing bed capacity. And number two, we only admit patients that are medically cleared from either, our clinic right now, the third-party clinic that's in the hospital in our downtown location.
So do you hold patients against their will if you deem that they're not ready, but they would like to release and they think that they're okay?
No, we don't.
So they can be good. Then it goes back out.
The situation, that case scenario happens in the ED. It does not, I cannot imagine it happening in any other setting. We can do further research, but I'm almost like 100% positive that case scenario that you're bringing up is existing in an emergency room situation.
Well, I'll go ahead and defer the additional questions.
Let all the city council have a chance.
To let them
Okay,
opportunity.
because you got big and full, it's almost the same thing. Okay, go ahead. Okay, and
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman.
Hi, thank you for being here. My question, I read your book, actually the agenda, and so it says here that 80% of your patients are ones that come from downtown LA where you have your other facilities and they get transported to your facility?
The medical clearance is done in downtown Los Angeles.
And so then they get transported?
Then, yes.
They would get transported to this
Yes,
facility?
Councilwoman.
And that would be 80%?
That would be, yeah.
And so then the other 20% is what we're having an issue with, right? Because those are the ones that may be discharged to the street.
Not necessarily, though.
No?
No.
I don't have it clear.
I'm not, that's what I don't know what happens to the 20%. What's the other 20%? Where do they go if they get discharged? Or do they get, what happens to the 20%?
Yeah. Well, the 20% still has to be cleared from other healthcare settings because by law we're not allowed to admit directly from the street. We're not allowed to admit directly from, let's say, a school. We're not, or from the parks. We're not allowed to admit them directly to the hospital.
Right.
They have to go through that clearing agency.
Okay.
Before we can admit them.
Okay. And so then also you offered to have 10 beds available for our city.
Yes, Councilwoman.
Those 10 beds that are available, those individuals, once they're stable, and those are the ones that will be released through the front door.
Then our company would be willing to assist in the discharge. And we do have access to quite a bit of resources that other hospitals don't have, simply because we have the contract with the LA County. And as I said, they have a lot of transitional care facilities, and they've been very good to us. We work with their home team, with their, with their pet teams, and with their LAPD. And so far, we've been successful in really trying to accommodate this patient, not in the street after hospitalization, but in some kind of a controlled environment, if I can use that term. So the medication compliant is there.
That's the part I'm having a hard time with, the 20%. Or also, I wouldn't even want our city to utilize the 10 beds, because if they're not able to get assistance so that they don't get walked out the front door, I would have a problem with that. And I would probably want our city not to utilize it. Even though it doesn't make sense that our emergency rooms, I guess, also release people out to the street after they're stable.
Yep.
So that's another issue. But for now, I'm okay.
Councilman Kento?
Thank you, and thank you for being here. Do you have any documentary materials that show that Rosemead is happy with the way that they've experienced your care in that city with the 118 beds? Or do you have anybody here with you to describe the Rosemead experience with your?
Councilman, we don't have a formal documentary, but we do survey our neighbors and ask them from time to time, let's say once in a quarter maybe. And because we invite them to our barbecues and we invite them to our events in the Rosemead campus, so they have become an integral part in our, in our campus.
Do you have anyone here from that community or anyone to describe their experience from their community standpoint with your being in Rosemead?
I'm sure we could provide that.
But not tonight, though, because we have to decide tonight. Okay, and so the next question is, you're describing that because of your model of care, there isn't there is not really a likelihood that they would fail to be compliant with their medication. Can you describe that medical model further and explain how is it that patients under your care would end up being more compliant as opposed to patients who are in other types of facilities who end up not being compliant and who end up off of medication?
Well, Councilman, majority of our patients are coming from skilled nursing facilities. So after discharge, obviously, they go back 10 out of 10. They do go back to the skilled nursing facility where they came from. So in a skilled nursing facility, they're also heavily regulated as far as medication administration, therapies, compliance, and the nurses do make sure that, the patients are continuing to comply with their medications. So, in our model, because majority of our patients are in that bucket, in that category, we don't see it as a major issue in our.
You said the majority. What is the remainder?
Probably, okay, 10%. Now you're going to tell me that 10% is a problem.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out new numbers. So let's say it's 10%. That would be 7 a day. That would not fall within the first category that you described?
Yes, sir.
So 7 a day would be 35 a week, which would be 140 a month, which would be 1,500 a year annualized. Would that be about accurate if it were 10%?
Well, I don't know, but I'm not trying to be evasive, Councilman, but we do this all the time, and we don't have these kind of numbers. And I mean, they're hypotheticals, and I respect that, but that's just not our experience. Also, I will mention this, that when there are issues with patients, troublesome patients that neighbors, and we don't have it, but those things go through the state regulators, and they're right on it, and we don't have those issues. So, and if we did, we'd know about it.
Okay.
I think we
can come back.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, and this is the first round, so I want to pitch in too. Okay, just a couple of questions before I hand over to the second round, so everybody have a chance, to question. So, and this is another question. Sure. Okay, hopefully you understand. Okay, and we know we need some of these service, but we have to represent the resident to have show our concern. I think the first question I have is, where's your funding source? Okay, you want to build this big hospital with a 4-story. What is your funding source? Who provide the funding for you to build this?
We won state grants.
So this is a state or a county?
State grant, correct.
Provide this to you guys.
Funding.
And you need to,
we won.
Since you got this state grant, so basically you're going to provide the guideline from the state request to you. And then,
that's correct.
Right? So this is now you're private sector, this is from the state, psychiatric, department, or mental health. They want, find hospital where you do it and you apply and they say it's good.
And they selected.
So this is a funding source from the state. So since you get this funding, then you have to follow their guideline and to provide the service. Right?
Exactly.
So this is what the first question. And the second question, since you get the state grant to provide the state regulation, the psychiatric treatment, and then you have to follow the state guideline to accept what kind of patient. So your patient, what is your patient source? Is it from the downtown, all these homeless people or psychiatric people, and the mental health issue will ship to our city?
There's a big emphasis today on mental health. At one time, it was all about, with the HMOs, the managed care and so forth, it's all about physical ailments.
Excuse me. I'm asking you the patient source. This is important. I know you're talking about this important, the service. This, I understand it needed, but I'm asking you the patient source. Where they coming from?
Mayor, right now our hospital, has a contract with the county. And,
it's from the county.
LA County, sorry.
Yeah, I know. LA County. We live in
Department of Mental Health.
Tyranny of LA County. Yes.
And that's without the grant. And we do follow, the guidelines from the state, the city, and, federal regulations.
So basically, all these patients is from LA County. Am I right?
Pardon me, Mayor?
I say you just say LA County.
LA County, yeah.
So basically, the patient source from LA County.
No.
Okay.
No, sir.
No, then you just mentioned.
I know, we get patients
I ask you
from them.
the patient source where it's coming from, because you must have a string of source of patient come to you, so you can pay for all this and that, and then make money. So my point is, where is this, patient source coming from?
Mayor, so our patient source is, from the county, also from skilled nursing facilities, and also from assisted living facilities, independent living facilities.
So they have from county. You just say yes, right? You just say yes. Just say yes. Okay. You just mentioned it's from county.
We get patients from LA County.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yes. And what else?
Yes, sir. From skilled nursing facilities.
So county children's hospital. Okay. Facility.
We get a lot of those. Yeah.
So what kind of patient they are? What is the age range? And how many male, female?
18 and above, Mayor.
So
I don't have the number, how many males.
And the question would be, when you say children is less than 18. So how can it be 18 and
above?
Yeah, I know, but you say coming from, patient source coming from LA County and children facility, but children is under 18.
No.
No, you just told us that, patient source come from county and children.
Other skilled nursing facilities.
What? Other what?
Skilled nursing facilities. Like your nursing homes.
Okay, nursing homes.
Your convalescent homes.
So 18 and above.
Assisted living facilities.
Yeah, so majority is from the county.
Not majority. Majority come from skilled nursing facilities. Right now, that's where we're getting our patients.
Because you just told us your funding come from state,
The one for West Covina.
Yeah, and from the state, and on this funding, you have to follow the state guideline and work with the county and to bring the psychiatric patient into your facility to be treated. Am I right? It's not a tricky question. It's just asking. Right.
Just lost in the
I understand you're being very clear. So
I'm not just asking you the patient coming from, right? And you should say you have the funding to build this, and you already know you have a string of source of patient coming in. Otherwise, you won't build this. So I ask you where this source of patient coming from. This is a very simple question. You have the answer. But you just have to tell us where this patient coming from.
I can't make it up, Mayor. We get most of our patients from convalescent hospitals, not just our own, but our peers, many of them. And the county, in addition, refers.
Just say it. Nothing wrong. They're not evil name, maybe, but just say county. It's fine. Just partial county. Just say it.
It's not a major part of it. It's a small, and we get some. But The majority are skilled nursing, and
Okay, I think I'm going to yield my time to have other city council.
I just wanted to follow up. The skilled nursing and all those that you mentioned, are they privately owned or are they through LA County owned?
Oh, those are also, we get referrals from board and care homes.
Yeah, but I just want to know those extra, like, I know you mentioned all these things, but are they LA County?
Oh, no, they're privately owned, all of them.
All of them?
Although, Councilwoman, we do get patients from the LA County Transitional Care Facilities, but that's not the majority of our admissions.
But you don't have all these stats, right? You don't have these reports of where things are coming from. I mean, that's what the council and the residents would like to see, numbers.
We can generate a report where the patients are coming from right now in our campuses, in our Rosemead and LA downtown.
And let's go to the bank. Okay, and the council member, go ahead. Let's finish up.
So you mentioned, and I'm only asking this question because you mentioned your Rosemead location. Your Rosemead location, you see you receive county funds. To be more specific, because I like to do research, I like to read and do my homework. You do receive funds from Measure H, right? Through LA County. Measure H, LA County. H.
Managed care.
Measure H.
Measure H.
H is in Henry.
I think they get from state fund. It's similar.
State grant and.
Yeah.
You get funds from LA County too, right?
Mayor, a reimbursement when we. So the system of, I'm not a biller, Councilman, but I'm going to try to answer your question.
No, I'm sorry. It's about funding. I'm not asking how you build. I'm asking about your funding source. Mayor Wu, Leti Lopez Riado, Councilwoman, have asked you about your funding sources. I've done homework and I saw that you do receive funding from Measure H for a portion of funding for Measure H through your Rosemead location.
For the build. For the Rosemead location, I wasn't aware, Council.
You have it on your website. But okay, we'll move on. But okay. And then you stated that your multiple locations are doing well, and I asked you, and so just to clarify, has any of your locations ever received a patient complaint?
Well, yeah, of course.
Mm-hmm. And just because you mentioned it and I'm mentioning it now, and has any of your facilities ever been accused of neglect on patients?
Yes, Councilman. In healthcare, that's pretty common. It's kind of like the DNA of healthcare.
Okay, and then you indicated that you go back and forth if a patient can be released onto our streets, and so I have a lot of confidence in our police department that they do their job very well and do their homework well as well, and so it states. That if a patient has been accepted and received psychiatric treatment and evaluation in the West Covina Medical Center facility, who is deemed to be self-direct upon completion of treatment, would be permitted to discharge out of the building in West Covina from the facility, regardless of where they arrive from. So you do accept self-direct patients.
Self-directs can exist, Councilman, because of patients' rights.
So you do accept patients that walk in on self-direct?
Oh, no, we cannot accept walk-in.
Okay.
Definitely, we have zero. We have zero walk-ins. I'm talking about self-directs in terms of discharge.
Yeah, it was explained that self-direct patient would exhibit mental stability enough to be deemed able to care for themselves and eligible for voluntary release.
Council member?
Yeah.
Yeah, we want to move on to public.
Yeah,
so you can
I think that sums up my questions now. I want to hear from my residents and the public.
Yeah, so thank you so much. Let's move on. Otherwise, we will discuss forever. Okay, they will stay till midnight, till tomorrow. Okay, let's open up the public hearing, the public speaker. Okay, the first one we open up for want to speak in favor of this project.
Yes, Mayor, I have two speaker cards in favor. Our first one is Phil Marino. Then I'll make that note on your card.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's fine.
The second one who marked that they were in favor of it is Mr. Chavez.
I'm already having a problem with people.
Then I'll Okay, I'll make those changes on your card. Then we have no.
So on the comments meant opposed then.
Okay, then we go. No, yes, okay, fine. So anyway, so we don't have in favor. Then we go to the next one with people in opposition to the project. How many speakers we have?
We have 5 in opposition.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, first speaker, please.
First speaker is Glenn Kennedy, followed by Adele, followed by Carol Reyes.
Damn, I'm tired. I don't know. You actually asked most of the questions I was going to say. First of all, I think there's no hurry to build this. We need to go ask the residents who live on Orange, Sherway, Rose Way, all in that general area. We need to either have a workshop or a town meeting to discuss this. I don't think many people know that you're going to put a mental facility right there. Now, who owns the property? The hospital owns the property. The state's going to fund it, okay? Now, if the state's going to fund it, everything they say, it sounds great. But if, with any grant, there comes strings. The state can say, screw it, you're going to do this, this, and this. And then what's going to happen in 5 years? You're going to regret that you ever did it. So there's a lot of questions that need to be asked. They didn't seem to have much information on the questions that we did ask. So I think we need to have a community meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, I got other things, but I'll let them go at this time.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay.
The next speaker is Adele, followed by Carol.
Xavier says hello.
Hello. Okay, next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Adele, followed by Carol Reyes, followed by Phil Marino. Next speaker is Carol Reyes, followed by Phil Marino, followed by Mr. Chavez.
I gotta reset time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good evening. I'm Carol Reyes. I live on Orange Avenue, just a block away from this project. I agree with our police department and our fire department's assessment. I don't believe I don't believe it is wise to insert a mental health hospital into a residential area with schools down the street. 2 of my daughters work in Monrovia, where there's a mental health facility down the street from them, and they deal with the people on the street all the time. They come to their stores. At the best, they're disruptive. At the worst, they are violent. It's not right to introduce this risk into our neighborhood and put our children who walk on the streets to go to school back and forth at risk with possible people on the street who aren't taking their meds, who haven't gone through the program properly, or whatever their problem is. It's just not safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Philip Marino, followed by Mr. Chavez.
I retired March 28th, 2006. 34 years on the Sheriff's Department, 12 years on the jail ward at County USC Medical Center. As soon as a police agency brought to the emergency ramp somebody who was a psych patient, doctor walked out and he went right into straps. Deputies could not take those straps off. After being there a number of times, one of the people that came in, his name was Michael Jackson. One of your compatriots who killed Officer Reedy. I went to work the next day. In straps, he had to go down for an x-ray. The guy looks and says, "Motherfucker, take these straps off and I'll kill you." You want that in our community? You want to challenge them to go in a one-man car to a response for a psych patient? And when you go to the funeral, what are you going to tell the wife? You better get a 2 or 3-man unit to respond to that hospital because you don't know what you're going to get. That's what you're putting in this community. You just don't know what you're going to get. Vote for your community, not for a hospital.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mr. Chavez.
Thank you very much, and good evening, everybody. I know it's a late night, so we'll try to keep it short and sweet. Being here and listening to the whole thing, and they had their opportunity to speak, I see that each one of the council members made great points, and so I commend you for doing the research above and beyond. I concur with all of it. I don't believe that is the right space for it. I've lived in that area for 15 years, and I have had people in the middle of Cameron and Orange that have stopped traffic. I get off that off-ramp coming from LA every day, and just like you said, people are coming around. That's not a protected light right now as it is. I've had people that are in the red, blocking cars, crossing the street because they have to go where they're getting their cars from. That's one thing. There was a lot of gray, way too much gray for something to be approved tonight from them. They knew that this was happening tonight. There was no documentation, no facts, no reports, nothing. And that concerns me. It concerns me because my family lives there. My daughter's a teacher in West Covina, not too far from there. When they did the public notice, everything on there is red around there. And the print was so small, no one can park to actually read that public notice, which is a huge concern. You have to get off, find a parking space, walk to it, and read it. Maybe that's why there's not a lot of people. But the 1,000 square feet, I feel bad for the people that have bought on Cameron all these new places that has been built. They are within walking distance, and their doors sit right at the front of Cameron. If someone knocks on their door, the police and fire department has already said it's going to be a strain. We talked about budget throughout the whole evening with trees and with all these other options. Why are we going to let this happen? We know it's not going to get better. You can't promise that there are people that are the best people that can work there are going to be there next month, next year, 10 years from now. That hospital will be there. Now, they did a lot of fluff and puff this last 30 days along the off-ramp. They planted plants, but I just walked by it this afternoon, and the paint is chipping. If they can't take care of their current hospital right now, yeah, it's going to be a shining star on the next, but how long is it going to be shining? I think it's a horrible idea. And I've been sitting here patiently waiting. And so I know I have about 7 seconds left, but I can tell you right now, I don't think they're prepared. And I don't think we as a city are prepared to take on this burden. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next speaker, please.
She's coming. Hello. I'm a resident that live across from the Flora and Court area. While I recognize the importance of mental health services, I believe the current location is still unsuitable for such an expansion for several critical reasons. Number one is significant parking deficiency. As we all know, the facility is already lacking 79 off-street parking spaces, which is equivalent to a 35% shortfall. This strain on parking will likely lead to further congestion on surrounding streets. If you know that there's actually, when I exit the freeway, I've seen people parking right on the curbside by the freeway exit, so which makes it really inconvenient for people exiting from the Pacific Avenue Street. Second, supervision uncertainty. It is unclear whether the proposed facility will be fully supervised. Without round-the-clock oversight, the risk of patients leaving the premises and endangering themselves is possible. In the summertime, I know the City Hall hosts summer events. If these patients run away, it doesn't only just endanger our nearby residents, but also all the West Covina residents that attend those summer events because it's so close to the City Hall. Third, there's traffic and noise impact near the freeway. There will already going to be visitor traffic due to the congestion by the freeway, but we also have to keep in mind the location is very close to the freeway. When we're dealing with psych patients, they might be very sensitive to the noise that are due to the freeway, caused by the freeway. And sometimes we don't know if this could exacerbate their conditions because of the noise around the freeway. And then fourth reason is the proximity to the freeway hazards. Because the facility is closely located the freeway exit, it can in the event that a patient is escaping, there is a real danger where the patients would wander around, and imagine if they actually run up to the freeway and they could cross, and then it could cause more vehicle damage and collateral damage. This is something that I don't think a West Covina would want to have to deal with because of a freeway exit damage that go on to the news. And fifth is negative impact on property values. The facility's presence so close to all the residential homes could deter future buyers, ultimately affecting property values and altering the residential character of neighborhood. And finally is the environmental impacts from the tree removal. This project is going to result in the removal of 38 trees, and among them is going to be 25 significant trees. This is 65% of all significant trees on the site. So to your point, Ms. Letty, I know that you're talking about trying to grow more trees, so this is going to be an issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
She's the one who wrote the letter.
Everybody made some excellent points today, and I do want to thank you, District 1. That's my area. I live on Sunkist. I looked at the map that they put on the screen. My house was 4 houses away from the 1,000 feet. I only noticed the sign because my son was driving by, took a picture, and showed it to us 4 days ago, which is why we're here. We try to make people aware in our neighborhood that, maybe didn't hear about it. And, there probably should be a lot more people here for this. There's one main point that I think no one has really discussed yet, but, there's a couple. There has been no guarantees made by them at all. And you can't go on maybes, possiblies, rarelys, almost. That's one big one. The other one is from where they want to build that facility. It's a 7 to 10 minute walk from Edgewood Middle School and Orangewood Elementary School. And there's no reason we should have kids near or that place that close to any schools. And so, my house is there. I'm going to leave it to my kids and my family, as a lot of residents are. A lot of residents in West Covina have been here for a very, very long time. I went to all 3 schools here, Orangewood, Edgewood, West Covina High School. And now my kids went to the same schools. So they're probably going to stay here as well because West Covina is such a great city. And we all want to keep it that way. So thank you guys very much. Thank you for your time. And I oppose this 100%.
Thank you so much. Okay, next speaker.
Mayor, there's no more for opposed, but there is one for neutral. It's Richard Burns.
Richard, you want to speak? Go ahead.
Long night. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Appreciate your valuable time. My name is Richard Burns. I'm a representative of the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. I will be speaking on behalf of this project. We have 187 members that live in West Covina. Their alarm clocks will be going off at 4:30, 5:30 tomorrow. So I'm the one that will be making the introduction this evening. This project should uphold strong labor standards, ensuring that it is built with skilled and trained workers who have completed state-certified apprenticeship programs and provide medical benefits and the opportunity for workers to retire with dignity through a pension. Additionally, the project, like this, should create pathways for local hire, allowing workers to establish long-term careers without facing the financial burden of a long commute and raising gas prices. By prioritizing local hire, workers will have better access to public transportation, reducing congestion and promoting stability. Most importantly, they will have the ability to live, work, and spend in the communities of their choice, strengthening the local economy. We urge you to support these labor standards to ensure that this project benefits both workers and the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, and any other speaker?
No, Mayor.
No? Okay, now we have the applicant to come out to rebuttal, about all this opposition. Yeah, go ahead.
I've heard it all. I understand the fear. And I've done this for 27 years, and I wouldn't be here today if all of these fears that I'm hearing today were realized. Our operations are good operations, and for someone to be worried that my kids are going to walk by a place like that the boogeyman is frequenting is absurd. I'm sorry, but it is absurd. Our place, and I know you don't like hearing it, but it's transparency, and you're going to hear it. Our facilities are safe. Our facilities are well staffed. You might not like it, but it's the truth. And there aren't people going out of the buildings without permission. Is there an exception? There's an exception in anything in this world. But we have an excellent history. We run good facilities. And I think the location is a good location. It's off the freeway, out of the way, where they come in is careful. The facility is going to be enclosed. And it's going to be fairly discreet. Not anymore, because everybody has expressed their fears. And I respect that. I respect the fears. But it's fear of fear. And I will say this for the residential community. In our Rosemead campus, where it's a larger facility, we haven't had the complaints, and I understand. We'll document it. Show me. Well, I'm just telling you, in my experience, I would know after 7 years. The property values haven't gone down in that area. There's single-family homes all around it, and the property values aren't going to go down in West Covina. It's going to be a nice-looking building. It's discreet. It's not going to say psych. It's not going to have people walking around odd. It's not going to have any of that like you have everywhere else in West Covina and every other city. We have terrible situations, but that's not what we're going to have here. And it's unfortunate that we're being blamed for all of these ills that society has, and we're holding the bag here. We feel that what we're offering to the city is a good thing. The city, like any other city, has problems. We have offered 10 residents to admit 10 people to help alleviate the situation. That's
okay.
All I can say.
We're committed to be part of the solution. And Mayor, do you want him to address the tree thing, the tree issue?
I don't know.
You have 1 minute.
Yeah,
One
1 minute. Thank you
Okay.
so much. 1 minute.
Yeah, on the tree issue, it's going to be a fast 1 minute. Those trees that they're being referred to are Fica nitida trees. They're crummy trees. I'm sorry. I planted plenty of those in my mother's residence years ago. They made great hedges. They're just not very good trees. Whatever we're taking out, as far as I'm concerned, is a blessing, because we'll put back nice ornamental trees, whether they're, I haven't just figured out yet, but we're not going to tear down trees and it's going to be a desert. We're going to landscape it beautifully, professionally, and it's going to be a nice looking building.
Thank you so much, sir. Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Thank you
for the opportunity
okay,
to
thank you
rebuttal.
for the patience. Okay, I know it's late. Okay, midnight already. I think it's important for everybody to kind of hear each other. But thank you so much, sir.
I'm ready to make a motion.
No, not yet. I have to close. Okay. Now, I shall now close the public testimony portion of the public hearing and ask council if there are any further question and discussion. Okay, and this have a motion is in order to approve or deny the approval of a mitigated negative declaration of the environmental impact precise plan number 23-05 conditional use permit number 23-04 and variant number 24-02. Okay, so do we have a?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, hold on. Okay, you want to make a motion? Make a motion first. Okay, make a motion.
I make a motion to overturn the Planning Commission's approval and deny the project by adopting the following resolutions. Resolution number 25-31, a resolution of the City Council of the City of West Covina, California, denying precise plan number 23-05 for the property located at 725-741 South Orange Avenue for the construction of a 4-story, 42,000 square foot psychiatric behavioral health facility, addition, and associated tree removal. And resolution number 25-32, a resolution of the City Council of the City of West Covina, California, denying conditional use permit number 23-04 for the property located at 725-741 South Orange Avenue for a psychiatric behavioral health facility use. And resolution number 2025-33, a resolution of the City Council of the City of West Covina, California, denying variance number 24-02 for the property located at 725-741 South Orange Avenue.
Okay.
For the space, a 79 space parking.
Okay, we have a motion to deny the approval. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, second. Okay, and you want to say something? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I do want to thank you for your time. And mental health is a need in general. I know a report in our city of West Covina, it's not as high as like LA County. And I know you've been in business for a good while, but even the worst business still stands. The worst hospital is still standing. It's been in business for many years. We don't want to operate in feelings, as you can see with residents and including myself, unless you can guarantee and have that guarantee, then that's something we can definitely consider. When we are taking any grants in generally speaking, we're in the mercy of somebody else on when their changes. And then when the grants run out, then, it's a whole new different factor. I checked out your Rosemead Medical Center. You have a 2.5 rating, 58 reviews. So within your reviews alone, that's just already, it gives you the feedback of how you run your facility. And some even talks about staff. So I bring that up, and that is the reason why, I'm supporting of Councilman Gutierrez on this. But thank you.
Okay, and before we roll call, I think the issue I have is the parking. Okay, they have to use the cross street, and then you have exit from 10 freeway, and that's extremely dangerous. Okay, and then you don't have the land big enough to build such a big hospital, and we need to approve you a variant of outside not enough parking lot. So I think this is a major issue. The safety issue, a traffic issue, and to grant you the special variant of the project. So that's kind of difficult for me to go through. Okay, and any other city council want to say something?
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I was asking the questions earlier because, especially in light of the stakes that are so high here, and in light of the 27 years that you've been in this, and with your having heard it all, I was hopeful that there would be some further documentation to back everything you're saying. So it would have given us grounds to give deeper consideration. But I did ask those questions, and I'm sorry that those were lacking here. But I did try to ask questions that would have supported your case in terms of trying to make this possible. But I just appreciate you being here.
Okay, and Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Mayor. Oh boy, it's late. I just want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to at least consider. I believe that our city does need some sort of a psychiatric facility that may have worked. But as I mentioned earlier, I really have a concern about the people that may be let out when they're feeling better. And I know my residents have an issue with that, and I have an issue with that. And after hearing Councilwoman's statement about the reviews, that's concerning to me. And as far as the traffic, that's not an issue. We have more property that we need to build to satisfy the state, so that's not an issue to me. But the issue here is the patients and not being able to make sure that they're not going to be a burden on our community. So,
okay, thank you. And roll call, please. And the roll call, okay, for the motion is a denial the approval.
Yes, Mayor. I have a motion A motion by Councilmember Gutierrez, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Lopez Viado to overturn the Planning Commission's approval and deny the project by adopting Resolution 2025-31, 2025-32, 2025-33. Councilman Contos?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Before I will, I'll just say, I heard my residents, no.
No, you should say yes to.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Sorry.
No,
No on the project, but yes on this denial. It's getting late.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez Viado?
Aye.
Mayor Wu?
Aye, 5-0, the motion to deny the project approval from the Planning Commission. Okay. Okay, and thank you so much, and thank you so much for your patience. Hopefully, we have another project we can approve. Okay, and next agenda number 8, item consideration of agreement with the Los Angeles County for traffic signal improvement and at Badillo Street and Urbandale Avenue, Sunset Avenue. Okay, share intersection with the Los Angeles County and adoption of a budget amendment for the project. Yeah, go ahead. Who's going to present this?
Good evening. Still good evening, Mayor and council members.
Good morning.
No, is it good morning, Mike?
Midnight.
No, it's already
We
midnight.
still have a minute. Staff is getting ready as we transition over, but just a brief overview of what is before you tonight. The County of Los Angeles has contacted the city. They are working on the intersection that is at Badillo and Irwindale and Sunset. The city, it is partially in the city of West Covina and partially in the county area. They applied for a grant, the HSIP cycle grant. And when they initially applied for it, there was no financial contribution that was required from the city of West Covina. Now that it's been a couple years since they applied for the grant, the cost of the improvements have gone up, and they've asked for the city to contribute $355,000 towards the grant or the improvements at the intersection.
Can you have the presentation short and sweet?
I'm trying
I don't have so
to.
much patience anymore.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but you,
So before you
5 minutes,
A waste of money.
Yeah, way to go.
It sounds like a waste of money.
We read the report. We're ready to.
Yeah, go ahead to presentation, and please make it short and sweet, okay? And we don't want to stay here forever.
So before you tonight is a couple options. They are asking a financial contribution of $355,000 from the city of West Covina. This was something that was not budgeted for, and we're asking whether the council would like to proceed with this improvement at this intersection. There is another intersection on Cintuas and on the south side of the city. And La Puente Road, where it's partially the county, and we would need to work with them. So doing a cost sharing.
We read it. Got it. Okay. So can we go to the presentation? Okay.
That was going to be my presentation.
We're done.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're done. Okay. And who want to move the motion?
Does it have no public comment, right?
No.
Okay. I'll make a motion to deny the consideration of agreement with the Los Angeles County traffic signal improvements at Badillo Street and Irvindale Avenue, Sunset Avenue, share intersection with Los Angeles County, and the adoption of a budget amendment for this project is denied. I make a motion, and I'll make a comment that this does not benefit the residents of West Covina. It actually falls in LA County. So if LA County wants to, or the city of Riverdale wants to give West Covina the money to build that, be our guest. But for the interests of our residents, no.
Okay, and I'm going to second it because this is not even in our property, and county want to pay for $350,000. That is ridiculous. The county has all the money, okay, and they should pay for their own project rather than come to rob the poor and save the rich. So, in the second, okay, and any council want to say anything? Okay, Councilman Ollie, no, you okay?
No.
Okay, and you okay? Okay, and. Okay, should we wait for Rosario to come back?
Let's wait for
That's
her.
right.
Should we wait for her to come back?
Yeah.
Okay, and then let's make a more comment. Maybe you can say something. Okay, Mayor
I
Pro
just
Tem?
wanted to thank the residents who were here and stuck with us through the whole meeting. I know they're already gone for the night, but
Transtech's still here.
yeah.
Yeah.
Holy micro, they're persistent.
We're just waiting just in case they have to come up with it.
Micro.
Their traffic
Look at this is all these all transfer.
They want to be the fire engineers now.
And don't forget the old millionaire, the old like rich people. They still stay with us. Holy micro. Okay. Okay. We have a duty, so we have to stay. Rosario.
I'm going to order Pizza Hut.
I guess she's there.
You don't have to, right? Okay, roll call, please.
I have a motion by Councilmember Gutierrez with a second by Mayor Wu to deny the agreement with LA County for traffic signal improvements. Councilman Contos?
Aye.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Aye.
We're denying it, right? For
Yeah, we
denial.
deny it.
Yes.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez Viado?
Aye.
Mayor Wu?
Aye, and motion approved 4-0. Okay, and then we go to the number 9. Okay, it's mail. Okay, this is Mother May I from Brian Gutierrez regarding the item number 9, Health Department Agreement, the budget review, the detail. Okay, go ahead. Councilwoman Diaz. Okay, sorry, we already down the vote. Okay, but I know. Yeah, we don't
There's one more agenda.
Yeah, one more. We're almost done. Let's go to number 9, please. Number 9. And make it short and sweet. We want to go home.
Okay.
Already.
Okay. Good morning now. So the request was to go over the invoices for the contract for the health department. If we can go to slide number 4, Joanne.
You please. Okay. I'll give you 3 minutes, please.
Maybe you can go to the next slide. Sorry, slide 2.
This is receipt and file, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So the total contract amount is $5,980 $598,190. The expenditures to date a total $511,397 $34, leaving a balance of $86,792 and 66 cents. This next slide. The next slide includes the invoices for. Oh, when it comes up, it's the one in the attachment. Includes a list of the invoices from 2023 to current. I couldn't include all of them because it'd get really long, but the previous ones from the beginning of the contract to 2023, the total equated to $98,000. And so, that total should be. Yes, 413. Thank you. And so here you could see some of the, on average, since the beginning of the contract, it averages around $8,876 for monthly invoices. Since this fiscal year, the amount has been reduced to around $3,000 monthly for the expenditures. Those monthly expenditures equate mostly to staffing level or staffing that's working on some of the projects towards the establishment of the health department. Some of the highlights include the larger invoices include costs associated with like the health fair or festival costs where they attend some of the city events and they provide the services at those events as well as some subcontractor payments. So we could go to some of the things that have been completed as part of or ongoing as part of this project has been the community health needs assessment, which is ongoing, and that's partly collecting data and summarizing the data that's been collected. The community health improvement project, the public health emergency preparedness and readiness plan has been completed. The public health laboratory services agreement has been approved by the council and and Long Beach. And then the emergency operations plan needed to be updated, and that's been completed. Part of the community, next page, the next community engagement. We've attended different 19 health fairs with over 2,000 participants, offering screenings for asthma, diabetes, hypertension, various other options. They've also done educational sessions, collaborating with local hospitals and some of the schools to provide educational training and distributed health education materials to local churches, schools, and community organizations. And they've conducted 3 health needs surveys with over 1,000 residents. The last slide is just to give you a little bit of overview of where some of those major expenditures have gone to. So the first Mega Health West Covina Mega Health Fair that we hosted in October of 2022 averaged out to a little bit over $33,000 for the cost. That included cost for some materials, some staffing, some equipment to provide all of the different kinds of health assessments that were provided at that fair. That was a partnership also with the Community Services Foundation, where part of that was paid through the city. Our EO emergency operation plan update that was needed to be updated in order to work on our public health emergency response plan. Also, our local hazard mitigation plan grant review. So we had a subcontractor look at applying for that grant. Some memberships for national health department memberships, and then the Spring and Moon festivals in 2022 was a little bit over $7,000. Once again, it was for staffing and equipment needed to provide some of those health assessments, and then participation in the anniversary Spring Festival in 23 was a little bit over $3,000. The public health emergency response plan did cost $31,000 to be completed, and that is a requirement to be able to establish the health department. So those are just some of the costs associated with the contract. And that concludes my presentation. Hopefully it was quick enough.
Thank you so much. Okay, nice and sweet. Okay, and should we have other city council member question? Who has a question? Question?
Yeah, I mean, just if you could, review the budget internally and see if there was any expenditures that should have not came out from that budget, and bring back to us at the next meeting.
I could. So this contract is 100% funded through ARPA, and so we do have to comply with those federal requirements. So the one of the costs that I'll let you know tonight, so I don't have to bring it back, but is the emergency operation plan. So originally it was going to be allocated 100% to this contract, but because it doesn't meet the requirements of that ARPA funding, we are going to reallocate some of that cost outside of the contract.
What? What?
Don't understand.
What? EOP plan, and what happened after?
So because it's ARPA funding, for specifically, I believe it's for response to COVID. Mm-hmm. The EOP doesn't fall within the requirements of that funding, and so we are looking to remove a portion of that. Yes,
you're going to reimburse this fund.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay.
That would be the only cost that we would not be able to.
Okay, sounds good. That's all my questions.
Okay, another question? Otherwise, thank you. And do we need to vote on the receive and file? No. Okay, that's it. Okay, and then let's move on. I want to send you guys home. Okay, and council member request and report. Okay, and council member, do you have any requests? Yeah, go ahead. Brian, again. Yeah, you never stop thinking.
Yeah, we have 5 pages. I'm just kidding.
No,
okay.
We're going to make a motion.
I make a motion to request that the city manager by the month of May for any city vehicle, which includes public works, and with the exemption of law enforcement, the Office of Public Safety, and fire department, as those directors can make their own decisions on which vehicles should have the city logo on them. But so any city vehicle except for those exemptions I just indicated shall display the city logo on their vehicle. If it's paid for by taxpayer money, it should display that.
So the Mother May I is all the city taxpayer pay for it. The city own car should be have a, for example, public safety, okay, public work, okay, any of inspection is the car owned by the city. They should have our city logo. Am I right? That's what you want.
Yeah, and then we're giving the directors of police, fire, and public safety to make those own determinations.
Okay. Anybody against that? To make sure our city car, have our logo, so it's a city car. It's not a private car. Okay, nobody against that, then we approve. Okay, so make sure that can be implemented into our city-owned car. Okay, and next one.
And then my next one will be to direct the city manager to invite the police chief at the next meeting to present on the status of the Explore program and any resources the Explore program needs to expand membership.
Okay, I think this one we have a school liaison meeting, and the school is going to invite us into the high school. Possible they can recruit. So maybe our chief can make a presentation about how to collaborate with all our school district. Okay, and to recruit any potential member of Explore. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, and anybody against that? Nope.
And any resources they need.
Yeah, of course.
Tell us. Yeah.
You done?
Yep.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Then I have comments.
Any other council member? Oli, you want to say something?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to ask, or Mother, may I, in support of businesses, and building more profitability with businesses, with regard to following a model from San Diego, with regard to grocery stores and places that have electronic coupons, by asking the city to do a staff report based on the San Diego model that promotes businesses and has businesses have non-electronic coupons also available for people who don't have access to higher technology and such. In other words, just putting together a report on that feasibility, using going directly to the San Diego model and an ordinance that was passed there in order to add more support to the business community and people of low income.
Sound like it's Gerardo's job.
I don't understand. What was the question?
I'm not quite understand, but
sorry. There are various businesses like grocery stores and other places have electronic coupons, like on apps and such. And so, in order to facilitate people who don't have those apps also having access to those savings, there's an ordinance that was passed in San Diego that looks really promising to support greater profitability of those businesses by making sure to attract.
I have a
regulatory.
Yeah, and because my home, I receive a lot of coupons. Okay, it's mailed to our home. I remember my wife cutting that thing all the time. Okay,
yeah. It's just
okay. So
is that a regulatory
I don't know
policy you're asking for?
What city can involve in that kind of?
Yeah, San Diego did, and they actually passed an ordinance there in this regard. I didn't think it could be done either, but it was apparently it's really.
Let's do this. Have Gerardo to research the San Diego model and to bring to us to give us a discussion.
Yes, please.
Would you please?
Yeah.
It's okay with you? Okay.
Presentation on it?
Yeah, just like share with us what San Diego
recommendation as to what could be.
Yeah, because quite not understand what San Diego.
Yeah.
Okay, and implement anything. Mm-hmm. So is that okay, city manager? Okay, we can have our so-called economy development manager Gerardo to give us a presentation about San Diego. At the same time, I want to add on and maybe a presentation about the Chamber of Commerce, the West Covina Commerce. What is the status right now?
Yeah, and the pros and cons of that program in regards to regulatory policy.
Okay, that's it. Okay, any other requests?
No.
Oh, thank you. Okay, and how about anybody? If not, do I have a city?
Oh, actually, just one more. I forgot one more.
Micro. Okay.
Sorry, one more.
Go ahead.
I wanted to ask if staff could do a report on increasing walkability of our city by looking at areas that that don't have sidewalks that should, in order to enable people to walk to different places and businesses and other residents.
I think I did a council request on that already.
Huh?
I did a council request on that already.
Yeah, I think
you did. I didn't.
Brian did already.
Oh, okay.
And I think this is. I don't know if this belongs to engineering about the city sidewalk, right? Does that belong to you guys? No? We work together. Yeah. She's a politician.
Paulina, you didn't tell no one about it.
Yeah, and because I know just my neighborhood, we have no sidewalk. Okay. Yeah. And my old neighborhood, I have no sidewalk. So no sidewalk, right? So a lot of, I don't know, maybe 70% of our city no sidewalk. So you want to survey how many percentage of sidewalk?
Well, it's already one, but maybe you want to ask that request I did come back by a specific date now?
Well, I don't know what I guess
it was exactly the same as you said.
I didn't. Yeah, sure. I mean, if there was there a date already prescribed to that last?
I think you have
didn't
the date.
recall.
It was a date, but it's been expired.
But my question is, sidewalk, but we don't have money to put the sidewalk.
I was going to say,
It was probably my first meeting in January.
Yeah.
I did bring this up because they mentioned it, and the sidewalk is an issue. It will cost us a lot of money because the residents already kind of use as part of their yard. They have the sprinkler system. It's just going to mess up a lot of
They encroach, yes.
And
Transsexuals, they say they're going to get us a grant for sidewalks.
Would you please share with us? Come. Yeah, come. Yeah, tell us.
she had a long night already.
Yeah.
No, I
Just
want
tell us in general.
people
There
more
is
TV,
grants out there.
More
but
TV,
yeah.
she has a more chance to come.
I mean, if this is the wish of the city, we will review to see if there are grant opportunities of walkability and sidewalk infrastructure in the city. I don't know off the top of my head. We'd have to do research.
But see, this is
actually, Paulina, can you put something on?
Yeah. And the budget, and we translate to help us to see any grant we can help. It's a walkable, especially a very crucial area, and maybe we cannot put sidewalk all the places. It's impossible, but maybe we can put some crucial if we have a grant. Yeah. Thank you so much. I really appreciate. Yeah, see, very helpful. When this is engineering is very helpful to us. Okay, any other comment you want to do?
I have a council comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. I just want to say in District 1, they've been, our trash company has been assisting in pressuring, washing off all the old paint from the skate park. So right now it's getting remodeled for free, but it's just a pressure washing right now. And then we're going to work with the city to find some paints to paint in different colors on the ground. So to prevent future graffiti from occurring at the skate park.
It doesn't sound like a comment, it sounds like a request.
No, it's a comment. No, I'm telling you what's happening right now.
Okay.
So it's already happening. They should be done by Friday. The skate park will be looking new.
That would be great.
Yeah, they've been
but your skate park still have a lot of issue with entry issue.
Yeah, we're waiting for the lights.
So we need to make sure it's walkable, and plus the front need to be opened up.
Yeah,
the engineering translate maybe can help us to design. And so we can see from the mistake.
Yeah, it's coming.
And then for that, much easier, and for people to see through, and not only that, the people really can utilize that skate. Mm-hmm. Currently, it's only for vendor and plus homeless and the graffiti. So, okay, any other thing?
That's it. I make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, do I have a second to adjourn the meeting? Okay, meeting adjourned. Thank you so much. Have a good night. Really appreciate.